such a hippie. You think so? I was thinking, oh, it'd be nice to go to the park today and play my little drum. I do have a carrier for it. I have played it for the trees, some of them around my neighborhood. Hello, Christian Carpenter, Seesaw, and Irish Rapaz. I thought it'd be nice. I've had it up for a while. I haven't been playing with it. I had written some songs on it. I can't even remember them. I need to kind of get back into the swing of it so I can go play them. And then I had a little booklet of songs as well for the trees. Yes. I go commune with the trees. I do. I am a bit like that. I am a bit like, somewhat of a hippie, I suppose. I like trees. I find a lot of comfort and clarity when I go and just spend time with a really magnificent tree. It really does help ground me. Why doesn't it sound like a drum? What do you mean? It does sound like a drum. It's a steel drum. Sounds like a xylophone. Yeah, it's a good mix between the two. They have these really lovely big ones that are like saucers, and then they're very fun to hear people play. I'm very fascinated when they have them. But I got myself a smaller one to start. But yeah, I haven't been playing it. I also have one of those singing bowls that's really lovely. I do find that it is nice to have like just notes in the air. It helps like just change the environment through sound. All right, enough of that. Welcome back, y'all. We're going to be digging back into the Green Book. Who's excited? I know I am. I can't wait to read more about this concept of direct democracy through the people's, what are they called? What does he call them? They're like councils. I don't know. It sounds very intense. I'm trying to look for the word. Popular conferences. Okay, yeah, he uses the term conferences. It just sounds very complicated, but of course, democracy would be. I mean, democracy is very complicated. It requires a lot of its, citizenry, doesn't it? I was thinking about that this morning as I was pondering what we read last night and what I thought of the concept at all. And I was like, to even have a democracy, your citizens have to be so developed themselves. It's like not every, how do you cultivate that in a population? It requires so much it requires a lot. So yeah, I was wondering about that, like, well, what kind of man and woman would need to be created in order to facilitate a true democracy? And then I was thinking, like, where is the corruption here that can happen? Because, at the end of the day, the system of government isn't really the problem. The problem is that people, are influenced by good and evil tends to have them doing wicked things. So how do you prevent that corruption? Yes, it requires sons of God. That's a good point, Galahad. So yeah, I'm like, whoa. It also requires a level of education, I think. It requires a level of community involvement, of personal responsibility, of accountability. It's intense to think about. Hmm. That's true, Galahad. Well, anyway, regardless of my opinions about what we read last night, let's continue with this lovely, lovely work that we're so privileged to be reading. I agree that republics are superior. Irish Repub. Shout out to the Republicans. Not just, and I mean, supporters of the republic system, not the Republican Party of the United States. Although I'm sure they're in the chat as well. Mm-mm-mm. Went and got me a big latte, y'all, so we could really dig in tonight. So the next section is titled The Press. An individual has the right to express himself or herself even if he or she behaves irrationally to demonstrate his or her insanity. Corporate bodies, too, have the right to express their corporate identity. The former represent only themselves, and the latter represent those who share their corporate identity. Since society consists of private individuals and corporate bodies, the expression, for example, by an individual of his or her insanity does not mean that the other members of society are insane. Such expression reflects only in the individual's character. Likewise, corporate expression reflects only the interest or view of those making up the corporate body. For instance, a tobacco company, despite the fact that what it produces is harmful to health, expresses the interests of those who make up the company. The press is a means of expression for society. It is not a means of expression for private individuals or corporate bodies. Therefore, logically and democratically, it should not belong to either one of them. So he does not believe in private or corporate press. Interesting. A newspaper owned by any individual is his or her own and expresses only his or her point of view. Any claim that a newspaper represents public opinion is groundless because it actually expresses the viewpoint of that private individual. Democratically, private individuals should not be permitted to own any public means of publication or information. However, they have the right to express themselves by any means, even irrationally, to prove their insanity. Any journal issued by a professional sector, for example, is only a means of expression of that particular social group. It presents their own points of view and not that of the general public. This applies to all other corporate and private individuals in society. The democratic press is that which is issued by a people's committee comprising all the groups of society. Only in this case and not otherwise will the press or any other information medium be democratic, expressing the viewpoints of the whole society and representing all its groups. If medical professionals issue a journal, it must be purely medical. Similarly, this applies to other groups. Private individuals have the right to express only their own and not anyone else's opinions. Hello, Sabrina and Ron in the chat as well. Welcome. Sabrina isn't doing too good. Are you fighting for your life or are you fighting for your mind? What is known as the problem of the freedom of the press in the world will be radically and democratically solved, because it is a byproduct of the problem of democracy generally. The problem of freedom of the press cannot be solved independently of that of democracy and society as a whole. Therefore, the only solution to the persistent problem of democracy is through the third universal theory. According to this theory, the democratic system is a cohesive structure whose foundations are firmly laid on basic popular conferences and people's committees, which convene in a general people's congress. This is absolutely the only form of genuine democratic society. In summary, the era of the masses, which follows the age of the republics, excites the feelings and dazzles the eyes. But even though the vision of this era denotes genuine freedom of the masses and their happy emancipation from the bonds of external authoritarian structures, it warns also of the dangers of a period of chaos and demagoguery and the threat of a return to the authority of the individual, the sect, and the party, instead of the authority of the people. Theoretically, this is genuine democracy, but realistically, the strong always rules, i.e., the stronger party in the society is the one that rules. It's the same thing. Well, Sabrina, all I can say is that you're not your thoughts and you're not your feelings. And anything you're feeling that is, condemning you, anything you're thinking or feeling that's condemning you, that's torturing you, that's accusing you, that's putting you down is of the devil. And you don't argue with the devil, you just watch him. You need to separate yourself, regardless of what he's trying to make you feel or think or what flashes in your mind. Like, that's not you. I don't know what else to say. Okay, so there's a little graph in here. I mean, just looking at this is driving me nuts. I don't like this idea of people's congresses very much. This is his model. There's all these there's smaller congresses and then the bigger ones. And that's how society is supposed to be organized. And then I'm thinking while reading this, what kind of ways are people going to organize themselves into, this is from Gavin. Oh, thank you, Gavin. He's cool. But yeah, what kind of conferences are people going to organize themselves into? I wonder that, what would I even be involved in as a individual? I'm like, well, and then how much of that is going to be wrapped up in a worldly identity or what I do? And, what are going to be the pitfalls of that? Mm-hmm. Democratic elites. I like it. Okay, so now we're at chapter 2. The solution of the economic problem, socialism. The economic basis of the third universal theory. Important historical developments contributing to the solution of the problem of work and wages, the relationship between producers and owners, workers and employers, have occurred in recent history. These developments include the determination of fixed working hours, overtime pay, leaves, minimal wages, profit sharing, the participation of workers in administration, the banning of arbitrary dismissal, Social Security, the right to strike, and other provisions contained in labor codes of almost all contemporary legislation. Of no less significance are changes in the realm of ownership, such as the enactment of laws transferring private ownership to the state, and also those limiting income. Limiting income. Oof. Hi, JB. And hello, Bond. Good to see you both. The devil wants all of us, Sabrina. Why does the devil want you so badly? He wants any soul he can deceive. He's working overtime to get your soul and to drag you into hell, or to keep you in hell. I am relentless. Caleb says I am relentless. I said I would be back today. It's the best time to stream. But yeah, we're going to get through this one. It's not too long, so we'll see how much I read tonight. Well, honey, he's already forgiven you. You just have to believe. Okay, moving on. Despite these not inconsiderate developments in the history of economics, the problem still fundamentally exists, even though it has been made less severe than in past centuries through improvements, refinements, and developments that have brought many workers benefits to the workers. Excuse me, let me reread that. Caleb's streaming in 19 minutes. Hey, you're kind of relentless too, aren't you, Caleb? Let me read that again. Despite these not inconsiderable developments in the history of economics, the problem still fundamentally exists, even though it has been made less severe than in past centuries through improvements, refinements, and developments that have brought many benefits to the workers. However, the economic problem still persists unsolved in the world. Attempts aimed at ownership have failed to solve the problems of producers. They are still wage earners, despite the state ownership, which may vary from the extreme right to the extreme left to the center of the political spectrum. Indeed, Caleb. Attempts to improve wages were equally significant to those that were aimed at the transferal of ownership. In the wake of the Industrial Revolution, benefits from wage negotiations secured for workers certain privileges that were guaranteed by legislation and protected by trade unions, thus improving the lot of the workers. As time passed, workers, technicians, and administrators have acquired certain rights which were previously unattainable. However, in reality, the economic problem still exists. Hello, Tomas. It is a new stream. Attempts that were aimed at wages were contrived and reformative, and have failed to provide a solution. They are more of a charity than a recognition of the rights of the workers. Why do workers receive wages? Because they carry out production process for the benefit of others who hire them to produce a certain product. In this case, they do not consume what they produced. Rather, they are compelled to concede their product for wages. Hence the sound rule, those who produce consume. Wage earners, however improved their wages may be, are a type of slave. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. I remember like the anarchists used to call it wage slavery. Wage slavery. I don't think it's helpful to compare it to slavery. You are compelled. The only thing you have to sell is your labor. Unlike the privately owned establishment where income benefits the owner, the claim that the income from the public-owned establishment benefits all of the society, including the workers, is true only if we take into consideration the general welfare of the society and not the private well-being of the workers. Further, we would have to assume that the political authority controlling ownership is that of all the people, practiced through the popular conferences and people's committees. and not the authority of one class, one party, several parties, one sect, tribe, family, individual, or any form of representative authority. Failing this, what is received directly by the workers with respect to their own interests in the form of wages, percentage of profits, or social benefits is the same as that received by workers in a private corporation. In both instances, the producers are wage earners, despite the difference in ownership. Thus, this change in ownership has not solved the problem of the producer's right to benefit directly from what he produces, and not through the society nor through wages. The proof thereof is the fact that producers are still wage earners, despite the change in the state of ownership. The ultimate solution lies in abolishing the wage system, emancipating people from its bondage, and reverting to the natural laws which defined relationships before the emergence of classes, forms of governments, and man-made laws. These natural rules are the only measures that ought to govern human relations. Oh my. This is a bit radical, don't you think? These natural rules have produced natural socialism based on equality among the components of economic production and have maintained public consumption almost equal to natural production among individuals. The exploitation of man by man and the possession by some individuals of more of the general wealth than their needs required is manifest departure from the natural rule and the beginning of distortion and corruption in the life of the human community. It heralds the start of the exploitative society. If we analyze the factors of economic production from ancient times to the present, we always find that they essentially consist of certain basic production components, as in raw materials, means of production, and a producer. The natural rule of equality requires that each of these components receives a share of this production. Because production cannot be achieved without the essential role of each of these components, it has to be equally divided amongst them. The preponderance of one of them contravenes the natural rule of equality and becomes an encroachment upon the other's rights. Thus, each must be awarded an equal share, regardless of the number of components in the process of production. If the components are 2, each receives half of the production. If 3, then 1/3. Applying this natural rule to both ancient and modern situations, we arrive at the following. At the stage of manual production, the process of production resulted from raw material and a producer. Later, new means of production were added to the process. Animals utilized as power units constitute a good example. Gradually, machines replaced animals. Types and amounts of raw materials evolved from the simple and inexpensive to the valuable and complex. Likewise, the unskilled workers became skilled workers and engineers, their former huge numbers dwindling to a few specialized technicians. Hello, Dinah Sapita. How you doing? Hello, Samuel. Despite the fact that components have qualitatively and quantitatively changed, their essential role in production has remained basically unaltered. For example, iron ore, a component of both past and present production, was manufactured primitively by ironsmiths into knives, axes, spears, etc. The same iron ore is now manufactured by engineers and technicians by means of smelting furnaces into all kinds of machines, engines, and vehicles. The animal, horse, mule, camel, or the like, which was a component of production, has been replaced by factories and huge machines. Production based upon primitive tools is now founded upon sophisticated technical instruments. Despite these tremendous changes, the components of natural production remain basically the same. This consistency inevitably necessitates returning to sound natural rules to solve the economic problems that are the result of all previous historical attempts to formulate solutions that ignore these rules. Ain't no way in hell am I reading Atlas Shrugged. Come on, guys. Hello, Prince Epic. Nor will we read 1984. I'll read something else by George Orwell, but not 1984. Come on. Too basic. Come on, guys. Really? My favorite work I read by Orwell was Homage to Catalonia. That one hit me. I haven't read Down and Out in Paris and London, so I might look for that. I would read that out loud to you guys if you were interested in hearing that. I am not an intellectual. Maybe I am a bit. I don't know. I like to read. I do be reading. I've read many books in these days. Why I Write by Orwell. Oh, I haven't read that either. If you think I would enjoy it, I trust your judgment. Hello, Point Fire. Let me take a little sip. Loving the suggestions. I've been thinking about it because you guys were suggesting I read Mein Kampf last night. And I was like, do I really even want to read that, though? Like, what kind of chat are we going to be having when I'm like, I don't know. So I don't know. Interesting suggestions. I was like, do I want to read that next? Like, well, anyway. All previous historical theories tackled the economic problem from either from the angle of ownership of any of the components of production or from that of wages for production. They failed to solve the real problem, the problem of production itself. Thus, the most important characteristic of economic order prevailing in the world today is a wage system that deprives the workers of any right to the products being produced, be it for the society or for a private establishment. An industrial establishment is composed of material for production, machines, and workers. Production is achieved by workers manufacturing materials and using machines. Thus, manufactured goods would not have been ready for use and consumption had they not gone through a production process requiring raw materials, factories, and workers. Clearly, without basic raw materials, the factory cannot operate, and without the factory, raw materials will not be manufactured. Likewise, without producers, the factory comes to a halt. Thus, the three factors are equally essential to the process of production, and without them, there can be no production. The absence of any one of these components cannot be replaced by the others. Therefore, the natural rule necessitates each component receiving an equal share of the benefits of production. It is not only the factory that is important, but those who consume its production as well. The same is applicable to an agricultural production processes, the same is applicable to agricultural production processes resulting from only two components, man and land. The product must be divided equally into two shares congruent with the number of production components. Furthermore, if any additional mode, mechanical or otherwise, is utilized in the process, production must be equally divided into three shares: the land, the farmer, and the means of production. Consequently, a socialist system emerges under which all production processes are governed by this natural rule. The producers are the workers. They are called producers because the terms worker, laborer, and toiler have become invalid. The traditional definition is revised because workers are undergoing qualitative and quantitative changes. The working class is declining proportionately to the advancement of science and technology. Tasks once performed by a number of workers are now being carried out by a single machine. Operating a machine requires fewer workers. This has brought about a quantitative change in the labor force, while the replacement of physical force by technical skill has resulted in a qualitative change in the labor force. The labor force has become a component of the production process. As a result of technical advancement, multitudes of unskilled toilers have been transformed into limited numbers of technicians, engineers, and scientists. Consequently, trade unions will subsequently disappear and be replaced by syndicates of engineers and technicians. Scientific advancement is an irreversible gain for humankind. Thanks to this process, illiteracy will be eliminated and unskilled workers will become a temporary phenomenon destined to gradual disappearance. However, even in this new environment, persons will always remain the basic component in the production process. Need. The freedom of a human being is lacking if his or her needs are controlled by others, for need may lead to the enslavement of one person by another. Furthermore, exploitation is caused by need. Need is an intrinsic problem, and conflict is initiated by the control of one's needs by another. Housing. Excuse me, y'all. Housing is an essential need for both the individual and the family and should not be owned by others. Living in another's house, whether paying rent or not, compromises freedom. Attempts made by various countries to solve the housing problem did not provide a definite solution because such attempts did not target the ultimate solution, the necessity that people own their dwellings, but rather offered the reduction, increase, or standardization of rent, whether it went to privately or publicly owned enterprise. In a socialist society, no one, including the society itself, has the right to control people's needs. No one has the right to acquire a house additional to his or her own dwelling and that of his or her heirs for the purpose of renting it because this additional house is, in fact, a need of someone else. Acquiring it for such a purpose is the beginning of controlling the needs of others. And in need, freedom is latent. What do you all think about his 2 points here about need and housing? Oh my goodness, y'all. What are you talking about? They're talking about catching pneumonia from kissing. My goodness. I suppose it's possible. You can get sick from kissing people. So yeah, you should be mindful about your kissing. From the excerpt, Terry, I would say that he is a leader with breadth. Tomas, my little fox. What will I do? I tried on a baseball hat once, and I felt very uncomfortable and sad in it. So I'm not the kind of woman to wear a woman shouldn't wear a baseball hat. I don't like to see men in baseball hats. Honestly, it's not becoming. I mean, what? Baseball hat? I have many hats, but baseball hat is not one. It's so undignified. I've been thinking about it. Like, it's such a degrading article of clothing. I can't even. Ugh. No, Matthew. I definitely have not. It's nothing sus about it. I mean, really, why would I put a baseball hat on this? Come on. It's too great. Yes, I find it like, that's how I felt trying it on. That's how I felt putting it on my head. I felt so ugly in it. There are certain things I will not wear. A baseball cap is one of them. Okay? Tomas, I'm not, no, Tomas. Tomas, that is not, I'm in no way that critical of him. Okay, so the next bit is income. I didn't say I was ugly. I said I'm not ugly. So there's certain things I'm not going to wear. I don't know. I mean, like, do you understand what I mean? I think that's very clear. There's certain things I will not wear. You wear a ball cap every day. You are an American man, okay? Like, it's different for you. It's becoming, I don't know. You know, as becoming as you think it is, I'm sure you look much better without it, Matthew. I mean, really. There's nobody I've ever seen in a baseball cap that looked decent that wouldn't look a million times better without it on. I want to move away from this topic. I'm going back into the book. Excuse me. Income. Income is an imperative need for man. In a socialist society, it should not be in the form of wages from any source or charity from anyone. In this society, there are no wage earners, but only partners. One's income is a private matter and should either be managed privately to meet one's needs or be a share from a production process of which one is an essential component. It should not be a wage in return for production. Transportation is also a necessity both to the individual and to the family. It should not be owned by others. In a socialist society, no person or authority has the right to own a means of transportation for the purpose of renting it, for this also means controlling the needs of others. Land. Land is the private property of none. Rather, everyone has the right to beneficially utilize it by working, farming, or pasturing on as long as he and his heirs live on it to satisfy their needs, but without employing others, with or without a wage. If lands were privately owned, only the living would have a share in it. Land is permanent, while those who benefit from the land undergo in the course of time changes in profession, capabilities, and existence. The aspiration of the new socialist society is to create a society which is happy because it is free. This can only be achieved by satisfying man's material and spiritual needs, and that in turn comes through the liberation of these needs from the control of others. Satisfaction of these needs must be attained without exploiting or enslaving others. Otherwise, the aspirations of the new socialist society are contradicted. Thus, the citizen in this new society secures his material needs, either through self-employment or by being a partner in a collectively owned establishment, or by rendering public service to society, which in return provides for his material needs. Economic activity in the new socialist society is a productive one aimed at the satisfaction of material needs. It is not an unproductive activity, nor one which seeks profit for surplus savings beyond the satisfaction of such needs. This, according to the new socialist basis, is unacceptable. The legitimate purpose for private economic activities is only to satisfy one's needs, because the wealth of the world, as well as that of each individual society, is finite at each stage. No one has the right to undertake an economic activity whereby wealth exceeding the satisfaction of one's needs can be amassed. Such accumulations are, in fact, the deprived right of others. One only has the right to save from his own production and not by employing others, or to save at the expense of his or her own needs and not of others. If economic activity is allowed to extend beyond the satisfaction of needs, some will acquire more than required for their needs, while others will be deprived. The savings which are in excess of one's needs are another person's share of the wealth of society. Allowing private economic activity to amass wealth beyond the satisfaction of one's needs and employing others to satisfy one's needs or beyond, or to secure savings, is the very essence of exploitation. I'm struggling with this a little bit. Work for wages, in addition to being enslavement, as previously mentioned, is void of incentives, because the producer is a wage earner and not a partner. Self-employed persons are undoubtedly devoted to their work because from it they satisfy their material needs. Likewise, those who work in a collective establishment are also devoted to their work because they are partners in it and they satisfy their material needs. Likewise, those who work in a collective establishment are also devoted to their work because they are partners in it and they satisfy their material needs from the production. Whoever works for a wage, on the other hand, has little incentive to work. Work for wages has failed to solve the problem of motivation for increasing and developing production. Whether it is a service or goods production, work for wages is continuously deteriorating because it is performed by unmotivated wage earners. Examples of wage labor for the Society for Private Enterprise and Self-Employment. First example, A worker produces 10 apples for society. The society gives him 1 apple for his production and it fully satisfies his needs. B, a worker produces 10 apples for society. The society gives him 1 apple for his production, which does not satisfy his needs. Second example, a worker produces 10 apples for another person and gets wages less than the price of 1 apple. Third example, a worker produces 10 apples for himself. The conclusion. In the first example, A, because the worker's wages are limited to 1 unit which satisfies his needs, he has no incentive to increase his production. Thus, all the labor force that works for society is psychologically apathetic. B, the worker has no incentive even to produce because he cannot satisfy his needs from the wages. However, he continues working without any incentives because generally, like all members, he is forced to acquiesce to the working conditions of society. In the second example, the worker works basically to get wages and not to produce. Since his wages cannot satisfy his needs, the choices are either to look for another master to get better price for his work, or be forced, as a matter of survival, to remain where he is. In the third example, the self-employed alone is the one who produces eagerly and voluntarily. In a socialist society, there is no possibility for private production to exceed the satisfaction of one's needs, because satisfaction of needs at the expense of or by means of others is not permitted. Moreover, socialist establishments operate only for the satisfaction of the needs of society. Accordingly, the third example demonstrates the sound basis of its economic production. However, in all instances, even the bad ones, production is associated with survival. The proof thereof is that, even though in capitalist societies production accumulates and expands in the hands of only a few owners who do not work but exploit the efforts of others, the toilers are still forced to produce in order to survive. However, the Green Book not only solves the problem of material production, but also prescribes a comprehensive solution for the problems facing human societies so that individuals may be totally liberated materially and spiritually in order to attain their happiness. Thank God for the Green Book, huh? He's gonna make us liberated materially and spiritually. Other examples. If we assume that the wealth of a society is 10 units and its inhabitants are 10 persons, then the share of each member is 1/10 of the total 1 unit per person. If some members of this society get more than 1 unit each, then a certain number from the society get nothing. Their share of the wealth of their society has been acquired by others, hence the presence of rich and poor in an exploitative society. Let us also suppose that 5 members of that particular society each own 2 units. In such a case, half of the society is deprived of their rights to the wealth of their society, for what should be theirs has been acquired by others. If an individual of that society needs only one of the units of the wealth in the society to satisfy his needs, then those who possess more than 1 unit are, in fact, seizing the rights of other members of society. Because the 1 unit is all that is required to satisfy the needs of the individual, the additional units are acquired for the purpose of savings. This can only be achieved at the expense of the needs of others. The acquisition of others' share in this wealth. This is the reason behind the existence of those who hoard and do not spend, those who save beyond the satisfaction of their needs, and the existence of those who beg and are deprived of their right to the wealth of society and do not find enough to consume. Such is an act of plunder and theft, yet according to the unjust and exploitative rules governing such a society, it is legitimate and overt. What's wrong with saving? I'm like, I don't know. I don't think it's wrong to save, or I do think that like you do want to keep currency flowing, but I mean, I think savings are just a smart thing to have. You should always be living under your means. But I mean, he's talking about something so radically different, like, but in it, I don't know, it's so hard because not everybody has the same needs. Like my needs as an individual are not the needs that another person will have, you know? And so I'm looking at this, I'm like, how do you even work out such a system? Because like, who's to say who needs what? Some people have more needs than others. You know, human beings are unique. You can't say that like what satisfies the needs of one person is going to satisfy the needs of another. I'm finding it kind of like, I know, I'm stealing from someone that could use that money. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I mean, it'll get spent eventually, you know, the savings will get spent eventually. They're being saved for a time when they want to be spent. It's not like I have plans for those savings. No, Seesaw. No. I do think, I mean, I do take it seriously that I do spend a bit of money, though, that I like participate in the economy. Like I'm mindful of that. I'm not a miser, about my savings. I do save every time I get paid, a portion of it goes into investments and then a portion goes into savings. And then, yeah. But yeah, I am kind of like struggling with that. It's like his version of numbers. Oh my goodness. I don't think we're going to learn from this book how he applied the ideology. But I mean, if you look at Libya and the economic growth they had, there were good things that came out of this. I don't know what kind of system they had, though. I'm sure they were earning wages. Oh, he's back to his little fox image. He knows how much I like it. My little fox. Shout out to my little fox. Oh, heck, I didn't put my banner up, y'all. Why didn't you remind me? Need to have my banner going. My bad. All right. Back to my reading, y'all. Okay. I have my window open, so the sound is of outside are a bit more annoying. And you know what? I heard some mess going down earlier before I went out today. I was like, ugh. There was barking and someone yelling. Ugh. Hopefully nothing like that happens again. Any surplus beyond the satisfaction of needs should ultimately belong to all members of society. Individuals, however, have a right to effect savings from the share allocated of their own needs, since it is the amassing of wealth beyond the satisfaction of one's needs that is an encroachment upon public wealth. The industrious and skillful in a society have no right, as a result of this advantage, to take from the shares of others. They can use their talents to satisfy their own needs and save from those needs. Like any other member of society, the aged and the mentally and physically disabled should have their fair share of the wealth of the society. The wealth of a society may be likened to a supply establishment or a store providing a certain number of people with daily rations, satisfying their needs. Each person has a right to save from such provisions what he wants, as in to consume or save whatever portions of his share that he decides, utilizing his talents and skill for such purposes. However, those who use their talents to acquire excessively from the supply establishment are undoubtedly thieves. Oh my. Therefore, those using their skill to acquire wealth exceeding the satisfaction of their needs are in fact infringing upon the public right, namely the wealth of society, which is like the store in the said example. Disparity in the wealth of individuals in the new socialist society is not tolerated, save for those rendering certain services to the society for which they are accorded an amount congruent with their services. Individual shares only differ relative to the amount of production or public service rendered in excess. Hence, human experiences throughout history have produced a new experiment and a unique attempt to culminate the struggle of persons to complete their freedom, to achieve happiness through satisfying their needs, to ward off exploitation by others, to put an end to tyranny, and to find a method to distribute the wealth of the society equitably, without exploiting others or compromising their needs. It is a theory of the fulfillment of needs for the emancipation of humanity. The new socialist society is but a dialectical outcome of the unjust relationships prevailing in the world today. The new socialist society will introduce the natural solution: privately owned property, satisfy one's needs without exploitation, and collective property in which the producers are partners, replacing private enterprise, which is based on the production of others without recognizing their right to a just share of the product. Whoever possesses the house in which you dwell, the vehicle in which you ride, or the income on which you live, possesses your freedom or part of it. Freedom is indivisible. For people to be happy, they must be free, and to be free, they must possess the possibility of satisfying their own needs. Whoever possesses the means of fulfilling your needs controls or exploits you, and may enslave you despite any legislation to the contrary. The material needs of people that are basic and personal start with food, housing, clothing, and transport, and must be regarded as private and sacred, and their satisfaction should not depend on hire. To satisfy these material needs through rent gives the original owner the right to interfere in your personal life and to control your imperative needs, even if the original owner be the society in general. The original owner can usurp your freedom and take away your happiness. The interference of the original owner may include repossessing your clothes, even leaving you naked on the street. Likewise, the owner of your means of transportation may leave you stranded on a sidewalk, and the owner of your house may make you homeless. People's imperative needs cannot be regulated by legal or administrative procedures. They must be fundamentally implanted into the society in accordance with natural rules. The aim of the socialist society is the happiness of the human being, which cannot be attained except by the establishment of one's material and spiritual freedom. The achievement of freedom depends on the private and sacred attainment of man's needs. One's needs should not be under the domination of others and should not be subject to plunder by any source in society. Otherwise, one will live in insecurity. Deprivation of the means of fulfillment compromises freedom, because in attempting to satisfy basic needs, one would be subject to the interference of outside forces and one's basic interests. The transformation of existing societies into wage earners into those of partners is inevitable as a dialectical outcome of the contradictory economic theories prevailing in the world today. It is also a dialectical outcome of the unjust relationship based on the wage system. None of these issues have been resolved to date. The antagonistic force of the trade unions in the capitalist world is capable of replacing capitalistic wage societies by a society of partnerships. The possibility of a socialist revolution starts by producers taking over their share of the production. Consequently, the aims of the producers' strikes will change from demanding increases in wages to controlling their share in production. Guided by the Green Book, this will sooner or later take place. The final step is for the new socialist society to reach a stage in which profit and money disappear. Society will become fully productive. The material needs of society will be met. In this final stage, profit will disappear, as will the need for money. The recognition of profit is an acknowledgement of exploitation, for profit has no limit. Attempts so far to limit profit by various means have been reformative, not radical, intending to prohibit exploitation of man by man. The final solution lies in eradicating profit, but because profit is the dynamic force behind the economic process, eliminating profit is not a matter of decree, but rather an outcome of the evolving socialist process. This solution can be attained when the material satisfaction of the needs of society and its members is achieved. Work to increase profit will itself lead to final eradication. Oh my. It's telling me my internet is a bit funny. I do need to I got a new modem and I haven't put it in at all. You guys, it's been like a few weeks. I've had this new modem and I haven't installed it. I need to write me a list, y'all. It's time. Fall's approaching. I need to get myself together. I'm like, there's lots of little tasks here that need to get done. I need to make me one of my lists and start knocking them off. I need a little interlude, y'all. Wait, hold on. Yeah, doing my little scales. You can't take Terry seriously when she's playing that. Well, don't take anyone too seriously, y'all. Don't you like the thought of me, though, under the trees? I don't have for a lease. I don't know that. It's quite soothing. I need a moment, y'all. This book is intense. Anyway, thank you for joining my little interlude. Man, he's coming for my savings and my wages. Oh, wow. I got one of those like fake texts, you guys. I just got a fake text. Hey, how are you today? Let's see. We're going to delete that. I just ignore them and delete them. So dumb. I've also been getting like them lately where it's like fake job offers, you know? Like, and it's not like, I also got this one on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest. How would you rate President Donald Trump? Like, just, ugh. Okay. Anyway, getting rid of those. Sorry, guys. I'm like, what? Silly. The thought of me playing my drum to the trees will never not be funny. How is that funny? It's sweet. I love my tree friends. Hello, Zenny. Blessings to you. Okay, let me continue. This next Next section is about domestic servants. So this is interesting. He's coming for our help, y'all. He's coming for the help. Like, what? Some people do need help. Like, some people do need someone to be like you really can't. I don't know. Someone get Terry some hot tea with lemon. Is Yoda here? Yoda, can you come in on your other account? You know I haven't gone and fixed the blocking yet. My butler, my driver. What about my driver? My gardener? You know? My maid? My cook? I mean, really? How are we to do away with all these things? The running of a household, requires help. My goodness. Okay. Domestic servants, paid or unpaid, are a type of slave. Indeed, they are the slaves of the modern age. Since the new socialist society is based on partnership and not on a wage system, natural socialist rules do not apply to domestic servants because they render services rather than production. Services have no tangible material product and cannot be divided into shares according to the natural socialist rule. I mean, how do you take service out of this? Like, I just don't see how you could have a society operate without some level of service. And to say that it's not like a tangible material product, I mean, I don't. Anyway. Domestic servants have no alternative but to work for wages or even be unpaid in the worst of situations. As wage earners are a type of slave and their slavery exists as long as they work for wages, domestic servants whose position is lower than that of wage earners in economic establishments and corporations have an even greater need to be emancipated from the society of wage labor and the society of slaves. Domestic servants is a phenomenon that comes next to slavery. The third universal theory heralds emancipation from the fetters of injustice, despotism, exploitation, and economic and political hegemony for the purpose of establishing a society of all the people where all are free and share equally in authority, wealth, and arms. Freedom will then triumph definitively and universally. The Green Book thus defines the path of liberation to masses of wage earners and domestic servants in order that human beings may achieve freedom. The struggle to liberate domestic servants from their status of slavery and to transform them into partners where the material production can be divided into its necessary basic components is an inevitable process. Households should be serviced by their inhabitants. Essential household services should not be performed by domestic servants, paid or unpaid, but by employees who can be promoted in rendering their services and can enjoy social material benefits as any other public employee would. Okay, I feel a bit better about that. I was like, dang, he's not going to let me get any help for my house. Like, really? He expects me to do it all? Read from rage to responsibility. Well, we did read The Antidote recently. I don't know that I want to read another JLP book just yet. Maybe again at another time. But I just read The Antidote. I'm not, I want to kind of get through some different things before I go back to reading another one of his books. Okay, so we're on to chapter 3 now. Isn't that exciting? Chapter 3, the social basis of the third international theory. The social basis of the third international, or the third universal theory. The social factor, the national factor, is the dynamic force of human history. The social bond which binds together human communities from the family through the tribe to the nation is the basis for the movement of history. Heroes in history are by definition those who have sacrificed for causes. But what causes? They sacrificed for the sake of others, but which others? They are those with whom they maintain a relationship. Therefore, the relationship between an individual and a group is a social one that governs the people's dealings amongst themselves. Nationalism, then, is the base upon which a nation emerges. Social causes are therefore national, and the national relationship is a social one. Excuse me. You've already told me plenty about court, Yoda. I don't think I need to hear any more about what you have to say about court, my dear. Oh, dear. Don't encourage Yoda and his mess about court, y'all. Please. I've heard enough. Uncle. Okay. The social relationship is derived from society, as in the relationship among members of one nation. The social relationship is therefore a national relationship, and the national is a social relationship. Even if small in number, communities or groups form one nation regardless of the individual relationship amongst its members. What is meant here by community is that which is permanent because of the common national ties that govern it. Hello, Becca. Historic movements are mass movements, as in the movement of one group in its own interest, differentiated from the interests of other communities. These differentiations indicate the social characteristics that bind a community together. Mass movements are independent movements to assert the identity of a group. The struggle for authority happens within the group itself down to the level of the family, as was explained in Part 1 of the Green Book, the political axis of the third universal theory. A group movement is a nation's movement for its own interests. By virtue of its national structure, each group has common social needs which must be collectively satisfied. These needs are in no way individualistic. They are collective needs, rights, demands, or objectives of a nation which are linked by a single ethos. That is why these movements are called national movements. Contemporary national liberation movements are themselves social movements. They will not come to an end before every group is liberated from the domination of another group. The world is now passing through one of the regular cycles of the movement of history, namely the social struggle in support of nationalism. So this is what I'm saying. Yoda, that is not true. What? Oh, man. Not Bill the cat. No, not Bill the cat. I love Bill the cat. I love Bloom County. Yeah, I have no doubt Gaddafi did. I remember he had a big crush on Condoleezza Rice. He was so feeling her. Do you think anything ever happened between them? That she was kind of a hot thing. Cecil had to block you because you're gross. See, you've offended the ladies in chat. Both Becca and Cecil are upset. I'm horrified. I mean, I've seen you say these things before. I knew it was what you were going to say anyway. You're going to make some reference to Condoleezza C. Oh my God. I wonder how she's doing. Where is Condoleezza right now? Where are you when we need you? Okay. Y'all, what the heck, Yoda? Yoda, why? Why? Okay, let's see. In the world of man, this is as much a historical reality as it is a social reality. That means that the national struggle, the social struggle, is the basis of the movement of history. It is stronger than all other factors since it is in the nature of the human group. It is in the nature of the nation. It is the nature of life itself. Other animals, apart from man, live in groups. Indeed, just as the community is the basis for the survival of all groups within the animal kingdom, so nationalism is the basis for the survival of nations. Nations whose nationalism is destroyed are subject to ruin. Minorities, which are one of the main political problems in the world, are the outcome. They are nations whose nationalism has been destroyed and which are thus torn apart. The social factor is therefore a factor of life, a factor of survival. It is the nation's innate momentum for survival. Nationalism in the human world and group instinct in the animal kingdom are like gravity in the domain of material and celestial bodies. If the sun lost its gravity, its gases would explode and its unity would no longer exist. Accordingly, unity is the basis for survival. The factor of unity in any group is a social factor. In man's case, nationalism, for this reason, communities struggle for their own national unity, the basis for their survival. No, Yoda, I'm sure you baited him into saying that. I'm sure you baited him into saying something. Neither did. I don't believe you. I've seen you work. I've seen your ways. Oh, I adore Fred. Bringing up Fred. Where's Fred? I wish Fred were here right now. I mean, if you cannot see the good in him, then I don't know, but I can. I mean, at the end of the day, he's one of us, and he's, all people have good and not so savory qualities, maybe, but anyway. Enough. The national factor, the social bond, works automatically to impel a nation towards survival in the same way that the gravity of an object works to keep it as one mass surrounding its center. The dissolution and dispersion of atoms in an atomic bomb are the result of the explosion of the nucleus, which is the focus of gravitation for the particles around it. When the factor of unity in those component systems is destroyed and gravity is lost, every atom is separately dispersed. This is the nature of matter. It is an established natural law. To disregard it or to go against it is damaging to life. Similarly, a man's life is damaged when he begins to disregard nationalism, the social factor, for it is the gravity of the group, the secret of its survival. Only the religious factor is a rival to the social factor in influencing the unity of a group. The religious factor may divide the national group or unite groups with different nationalisms. However, the social factor will eventually triumph. This has been the case throughout the ages. Historically, each nation had a religion. This was harmonious. Eventually, however, differences arose, which became a genuine cause of conflict and instability in the lives of people throughout the ages. A sound rule is that each nation should have a religion. For it to be otherwise is abnormal. Such an abnormality creates an unsound situation which becomes a real cause for disputes within one national group. There is no other solution but to be harmonious with the natural rule, as in each nation has a single religion. When the social factor is compatible with the religious factor, harmony prevails and the life of communities becomes stable, strong, and develops soundly. Marriage is a process that can positively or negatively influence the social factor. Though on a natural basis of freedom, both man and woman are free to accept whom they want and reject whom they do not want. Marriage within a group, by its very nature, strengthens its unity and brings about collective growth and conformity with the social factor. Yeah, I do think it is very stabilizing to society. And I think that's another big part of why we lack, or why civilization seems to be crumbling, is the not just the destruction of the family, but just marriage itself. I mean, the breakdown of that, the breakdown of the family, the breakdown of social cohesion and order. I mean, really, marriage represents this kind of reconciliation of the and uniting of the different forces, So when that's not happening, overwhelmingly, you do see the effects. There is a real lack of stability because of it. Well, anyway, tell Terry how to unblock people. Oh, hush. I mean, I have to go do different things. You've got your thing on. It'll get unblocked. I do have a couple of people I do want to unblock. I haven't meant to keep them blocked as long as I have. I just haven't. This isn't even my communist beret. What are you talking about? Do I look particularly communist? Maybe I do a bit. That isn't necessarily a bad thing. I do like the Soviet realism, like that art. It's very inspiring. It is not a raspberry beret. It is a nice dark brown beret. I did try on a red beret, a very bright one, when I was getting this beret. They had every color at the shop, but I don't know. I tried this one and I thought it was lovely. I've got a few. So silly. I wouldn't like that Soviet boot upside my head though. Um, I don't know. I'd probably just, go along and get along. What are you talking about? I'd be fine. No matter what happens, I'm going to be fine because I know how to keep my head down. I had a green beret before, like one of those military style ones. I do like that look that some tankies, get into where they wear all the like military garb, like Che Guevara. Oh, flipping my hair, y'all. But anyway, let us continue. He was gay. Yeah, a lot of military guys are a bit gay, Yoda. I mean, I've heard things about the military. Anytime you get a bunch of dudes together for long periods of time without any women. Yes, I have seen that, Tomas. Okay, so this next section is called the family. To the individual, the family is more important than the state. Mankind acknowledges the individual as a human being, and the individual acknowledges the family, which is his cradle, his origin, and his social umbrella. According to the law of nature, the human race is the individual and the family, but not the state. The human race has neither relations nor anything else to do with the state, which is an artificial political, economic, and sometimes military system. The family is like a plant with branches, stems, leaves, and blossoms. Cultivating nature into farms and gardens is an artificial process that has no relevance to the plant itself. The fact that certain political, economic, or military factors tie a number of families into one state does not necessarily link the system or its organization with humanity. Similarly, any situation, position, or proceeding that results in the dispersion, decline, or loss of the family is inhuman, unnatural, and oppressive, analogous to any procedure, measure, or action that destroys a plant and its branches and withers its leaves and blossoms. Societies in which the existence and unity of the family become threatened due to any circumstance are similar to fields whose plants experience uprooting, drought, fire, weathering, or death. The blossoming garden or field is one whose plants grow, blossom, and pollinate naturally. The same holds true of human societies. The flourishing society is that in which the individual grows naturally within the family, and the family within society. How did I find it? I mean, it's been a while. I think I went to see it in theater when it came out. I mean, I remember being stirred by it. It was a lovely portrayal, kind of his young life. I totally like. I mean, I don't know. It's. I'm like thinking back. I'm like trying to remember details of the film now, and it's kind of not coming to me as such. I just remember the spirit of it, which to me kind of was touching, and I understood why he made the choices he did and lived the life he did. Who is breaking into a car? What do you mean, Maina? Is this happening in your neighborhood? Are you saying that's happening outside of my windows here? Some sort of, I don't know. Maina's very Obsessed with the blacks. Okay, where was I? The individual is linked to the larger family of humankind like a leaf is to a branch or a branch to a tree. They have no value or life if they are separated. The same holds true for individuals if they are separated from their families. The individual without a family has no value or social life. If human society reaches a stage where the individual lives without a family, it would then become a society of tramps, without roots like artificial plants. As an interesting insight, a lot of people do lack roots. And I think of it too being like living, in the city on my own. I moved away from home, away from my family, and I had a small family to begin with, or I don't have a small family in reality, but, I grew up it was just me and my father, and then, aunts and uncles around a bit in the state, but I left, where I grew up. And I'm not alone. There are many people who live a similar lifestyle, but they are kind of cut off. And it is hard to establish roots when you're not with your family. I don't think it cannot be done, but it does seem to be a lot more, there's just all kinds of difficulties that come along with it. Tramplandia, oh my goodness. The tribe. Let's hear about the tribe. A tribe is a family which has grown as a result of procreation. It follows that a tribe is an enlarged family. Similarly, a nation is a tribe which has grown through procreation. The nation then is an enlarged tribe. The world is a nation which has been diversified into various nations. The world then is an enlarged nation. The relationship which binds the family also binds the tribe, the nation, and the world. However, it weakens with the increase in number. The essence of humanity is that of nation. The essence of nation is that of the tribe. And the essence of the tribe is that of the family. The degree of warmth involved in the relationship decreases proportionately with the increase in size of the social unit. This is an indisputable social fact denied only by those who are ignorant of it. The social bond, cohesiveness, unity, intimacy, and love are stronger at the family level than at the tribal level, stronger at the tribal level than that of the nation, and stronger at the level of the nation than that of the world. Advantages, privileges, values, and ideals based on social bonds exist where those bonds are natural and undoubtedly strong. They are stronger at the family level than at the level of the tribe, stronger at the tribal level than that of the nation, and stronger at the nation's level than that of the world. Thus, these social bonds, benefits, advantages, and ideals associated with them are lost wherever the family, the tribe, the nation, or humankind vanish or are lost. It is therefore of great importance for human society to maintain the cohesiveness of the family, the tribe, the nation, and the world in order to benefit from the advantages, privileges, values, and ideals yielded by the solidarity, cohesiveness, unity, intimacy, and love of family, tribe, nation, and humanity. In the social sense, the familial society is better than that of the tribe. The tribal society is better than that of the nation, and the society of the nation is better than world society with respect to fellowship, affection, solidarity, and benefits. Indeed, Bubblelandia. Excuse me, y'all. Having a little yawn. I might get through this book tonight, I think. I mean, we will see. But I'm enjoying reading it. The merits of the tribe. Since the tribe is a large family, it provides its members with much the same material benefits and social advantages that the family provides for its members. For the tribe is a secondary family. What must be emphasized is that in the context of the tribe, an individual might indulge himself in an uncouth manner, something which he would not do within the family. However, because of the smallness and size of the family, immediate supervision is not exercised. Unlike the tribe, whose members continually feel that they are under its supervision. In view of these considerations, the tribe forms a behavior pattern for its members, developing into a social education which is better and more noble than any school education. The tribe is a social school where its members are raised to absorb the high ideals which develop into a behavior pattern for life. These become automatically rooted as the human being grows. Unlike classroom education with its curricula, formally dictated and gradually lost with the growth of the individual, this is so because it is formal and compulsory, and because the individual is aware of the fact that it is dictated to him. The tribe is a natural social umbrella for social security. By virtue of social tribal traditions, the tribe provides for its members collective protection in the form of fines, revenge, and defense, namely social protection. Blood is the prime factor for the formation of the tribe, but it is not the only one because affiliation is also a factor in the formation of the tribe. With the passage of time, the differences between the factors of blood and affiliation disappear, leaving the tribe as one social and physical unit, though it remains fundamentally a unit of blood in origin. The nation. The nation is the individual's national political umbrella. It is wider than the social umbrella provided by the tribe to its members. Tribalism damages nationalism because tribal allegiance weakens national loyalty and flourishes at its expense. In the same way, loyalty to the family flourishes at the expense of tribal loyalty and weakens it. National loyalty is essential to the nation, but at the same time is a threat to humanity. The nation and the world community is similar to the family and the tribe. The more the families of a tribe feud and become fanatical, the more the tribe is threatened. The family is threatened when its individual members feud and pursue only their personal interests. Similarly, if the tribes of a nation quarrel and pursue only their interests, then the nation is undermined. We have a big problem with that in America, I would say. The tribes of a nation quarreling and pursuing only their own interests. National fanaticism expressed in the use of force against weak nations or national progress, which is at the expense of other nations, is evil and harmful to humanity. However, strong individuals who have self-respect and are aware of their own individual responsibilities are important and useful to the family, just as strong and respectable family, which is aware of its importance, is socially and materially beneficial to the tribe. Equally useful to the whole world is a progressive, productive, and civilized nation. The national political structure is damaged when it descends to a lower social level, namely the family and tribe, and attempts to act in their manner and to adopt their views. The nation is an enlarged family which has passed through the period of the tribe and through the diversification of tribes that have branched out from one common source. It also includes those members who affiliated themselves with its destiny. The family likewise grows into a nation only after passing through the period of the tribe and its diversification, as well as through the process of affiliation which comes about as a result of interaction between various communities in a society. Inevitably, this is achieved over a long period of time. Although the passage of time creates new nations, it also helps to fragment old ones. Common origin and common destiny, though, through affiliation, are the two historic bases for any nation. The origin ranks first and affiliation second. A nation is not defined only by origin, even though origin as its basis and is at its basis and beginning. In addition to its origin, a nation is formed by human affiliations through the course of history, which induce a group of people to live in one area of land, develop a common history, form one heritage, and face the same destiny. A nation, irrespective of blood bond, is formed through a sense of belonging and shared destiny. But why has the map of the earth witnessed great nations that have disappeared to give way to the rise of other nations? Is the reason only political without any relationship to the social aspect of the third universal theory? Or is it social and so properly the concern of this part of the Green Book? I love a book that references itself. Let us see. The family is indisputably a social structure rather than a political one. The same applies to the tribe because it is a family which has reproduced and enlarged itself to become many families. Equally true, the nation is a tribe after it has grown and its branches have multiplied and become tribes. The nation is also a social structure whose bond is nationalism. The tribe is a social structure whose bond is tribalism. The family is a social structure whose bond is family ties. And global society is a social structure whose bond is humanity. These facts are self-evident. There is then the political structure of states which form the political map of the world. But why does the map of the world keep changing from one age to the next? The reason is that political structures may or may not be consistent with social structures. When political structure and social reality are congruent, as is the case of the nation state, it lasts and does not change. If a change is forced by external colonialism or internal collapse, it reappears under the banner of national struggle, national revival, or national unity. When a political structure embraces more than one nation, its map will be torn up by each nation, gaining independence under the banner of its respective nationhood. Thus, the maps of the empires which the world has witnessed have been torn up because they were composed of a number of nations. When every nation clings strongly to its national identity and seeks independence, political empires are torn up and their components revert to their social origins. This is evidently clear through the history of the world when reviewed through the ages. We have a visitor. Oh, wow, Chris Pratt is here. Oh my God. Hello, my dear. Hello, my dear. Hello, my dear. Hello, my dear. My dear kitty. Oh, you cuddling up with me so good. There we go. There we go. Hi, baby. Hi, baby kitty. How you doing? Is it break time? It's time for some kitty time? It's time for a kitty time. It's kitty time. We're getting a kitty time. That's right, a kitty. It's all about the kitty. It's all about the kitty right now. Oh, we got the kitty. We got the kitty in chat. The kitty in the house. We're gonna comb his little fur. You getting all combed up. You love it when you get brushed, huh? That feel good. Getting that good brush. Oh, it's so good getting brush. To get that fur nice and shiny today. Oh yes, sir. Oh yes, sir. He looking fine as hell. Look at him. Oh wow. Oh wow, that's a good looking cat. Look at him. He looking his best. He's a good kitty. They calling you Nero. Is that your name? Who would name him Nero? He's a bit like that. You a bit like Nero? You a bit like that. It suits you. It suits you good. You kissing on me. What you doing kissing on me? What you doing? Yeah, what a good kitty. I know like who Chris Pratt is, but I can't think of anything I've seen him in. Is that terrible? Like I'm trying to think of like what has he been in that I have seen. Can I think of anything? Oh dear. I haven't seen Guardians of the Galaxy. Alan Rickman's in that, right? Maybe I should see it. I think Alan Rickman and Paul Rubens are both in it, so maybe I should see it. Oh, you. Look how good you're looking now, getting that fur all brushed. You looking good. Look at you. Dang, looking so good. You gotta look good up to a point, but this is ridiculous. Look how good you looking. You looking so good. You looking so good. We having a little interlude. Get the kitty all brushed. Get the kitty all brushed. Yeah, you're purring so nice. What a nice kitty, he's so purring. Hello. You're so cute. You're so cute. He's so good. I haven't seen Jurassic World either, y'all. Apparently he goes to church at Zoe Church. I don't know what Zoe Church is. Just some church. You brush good now? What you doing? Oh, your baby. So good. Good baby sometimes. You're reading the same book now. How exciting. I'll get back to it in a second, Chris. My cat popped on. He needs some affection, you know. I'm kind of wanting to take off my hat. Oh, I forgot I had one of those clips in it. Oh, yes. That's a bit better. Take the hat off. Are you comfy? Oh, you want some more kisses and cuddles and rubs and all the pettings? Yes, you do. Oh, poor kitty. He has not been satisfied. Oh, you are soft now, though. Look how soft you are. Wow, you're so soft. Can I get you? Oh, scratching right there. Just scratch right there. You need to scratch him right under the chin. He'd love it when I get my claws under his chin and just scratch it so good. That feels so good. Berets aren't very becoming of free world women. Oh my. I disagree. I think I look nice in my beret, but whatever. My background is looking a little chaotic though. I'm kind of like not liking what I'm seeing in the background right now. It's not looking as cute as it could. Need to do some work on that. Do we need to work on the wall back there? We do. We need to do a few things, don't we now? Oh, so baby. Oh my goodness, so baby. Hmm. Becca is expressing her attraction to Chris Pratt, who is in the chat right now. He loves animals and attends a non-denominational church. This is exciting. And he likes my tattoo. I assume he's referring to my spider tattoo. I think that's the only one that's visible right now. You like it? You don't find it off-putting? A Seventh-day Adventist. I'm wanting to take the clips out of my hair, y'all. Excuse me. Terrible. Cecil says terrible. She's doing a terrible tower in my chat. Terrible. Terrible. Yes, I enjoy Cecil's accent as well. Have we cuddled up enough, baby? Have we cuddled up enough? Do you need more loving? He's such a nice. Maidenly silver. I know, I love my streaks. They're quite enjoyable. That's been one fun thing about growing out my hair particularly. Like I always liked the silver bits at the sides here, but actually getting to grow them out and see them in their like length and interspersed with the rest of the hair is it's quite stunning, I have to say. It's like I don't know. I like it. I'm keeping it. I have had, some people make comments about it, like suggesting that it be dyed or something, but I don't know. It's not my style. It's not my style to do that. I earned every one of these silver hairs. I do think it's disappointing when women kind of, yeah. And I've also had grays for so long. I started seeing my first grays very young. I didn't really think much of it. And I know women who are my age who have like much more gray than I do. So as well, but they often will diet, but I don't know. I think it's cool. Hmm. Are you done being a little sweetie pie? You gonna give me back my lap? Oh, you love me. Why you love me so much? I never deserved all this love. I never deserved all this love. Y'all, I never deserved all this love. But he loved me anyway. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? A horrible human like me, and this cat just loves me. He don't care. He's just like, that's my human. Isn't that sweet? He don't care that I'm grumpy or nothing. He don't care that I'm grumpy or moody or that I work too much or anything. He's just like, you're my human and I love you. He's so cool. He's so good kitty. Mm-hmm. I guess I gotta extend the same kind of love to you. You're so good. I'm sitting in a pile of catnip. Indeed, I am not. Indeed, I am not. Actually, you haven't had any catnip in a while, have you, baby? Would it be nice if I gave you some catnip? Would you like that? Maybe I should give you some catnip. Not tonight, but I think maybe tomorrow we'll give you some catnip. We do have catnip. I have it put away though. But yeah, some catnip might be fun to give him. Get him all high, get him all stoned. You want to get all stoned on catnip? Yeah. I haven't murdered anyone other than in my heart, which, actually, I don't even think I've really had any. I've never really had any violent ideation like that people describe. Maybe I might have a flash or something, but I definitely see that I could, I definitely know that I could, if it came down to it, take a life. But, well, I'm moody and I'm, domineering with him sometimes, I don't give him what he wants exactly as fast as he wants it. Sometimes he ticks me off and I yell. Do I raise my voice? He kind of likes when I raise my voice, though. It's part of our thing. Like, he'll do something I don't like. I'll yell at him with like an exaggerated tone. And then he'll run over to me and be like, ooh, ooh. And then I'll pet him and comfort him. It's like our little routine. So I don't think he minds too much. But, I have been like, I'll get ticked and I'll be like, meh, meh, meh. And then he'll be like, meh. And then I'll be like, I'm so sorry. How could you put up with such a mean lady who would yell at you? Oh my God. I mean, that's terrible. Who would yell at such a sweet guy? All right. You won't get off of my lap now, baby. Come on. I know we cuddling, but I'm not comfy with you on my lap. Why don't you go lay down over there? Yeah, you can watch me. You can look after me. Why don't you go lie on your little perch? It's not as warm as my lap, is it? What is making that horrible noise? Yeah, we're toxic. We're a bit toxic. It's okay. He's fine. He's happy. He's an animal. He loves the toxic cycle. Hello, Mark Adams. Nice to see you. Okay, y'all. Well, the cat came and visited. Got our little interlude. I have another sip of my latte here. We're getting towards the ends. You know what? They gave me a piece of chocolate. I know. I'm that way too in chat. I say all kinds of things, and then people take it personally, and then I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I was trolling. I didn't mean any of that at all. But now has somehow damaged our entire friendship. Your cat cut you? Yeah, he cuts me sometimes. Becca knows. Yeah, I mean it's part of the relationship. They like a bit of drama. Don't get it twisted. Cats are fine. They like that kind of thing. They're super predators. They want the play. And it's also part of, you know, it's just play. It's just play. We're just playing. I'm sorry you were upset, Mark. I mean, yeah, he scratched me before and I didn't notice that he'd actually drawn blood. And yeah, I'll be going about my business and then I'll be like, oh, looking down, I'm like, oh, I have a gash here. Oh, there's blood here. Okay, thanks, dude. Because, yeah, he's got very sharp little claws. I mean, they're perfectly designed for killing. There are little miniature, murder machines. Your cat won't kill you, Mark. I mean, unless you tick it off enough. Indeed. He's continually trying to be. I kind of look like Alanis Morissette. Will y'all stop comparing me to Alanis Morissette? Goodness. I don't know what to think about that. I had an ex that loved her. So now I'm kind of wondering, did I remind, my ex of Alanis Morissette? I don't want air in my heart. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, Bubblelandia says 2 cans is continually trying to be 3 cans. That's right. The wolf better learn. Don't mess with the cat. He's a killer, isn't he, Court? He's bad to the bone, right? 2 days ago. Shout out to Court in the chat. Dogs need to learn not to mess with cats. Humans need to learn not to mess with dogs and cats too, especially cats. A dog will bite you if you tick it off, and a cat will scratch you if you tick it off. It's just part of the thing. I have a cousin who had she still has it. She has a scar on her face from when the family cat scratched her face. I had another cousin who, was bit in the face when he was teasing the dog. You gotta be careful. They're animals. They're dangerous. But anyway. They have wills of their own. So try to be respectful. Oh, I just got another text from that weird. I got another text from that weird person that was messaging me before. It says, why don't you reply to me? Are you busy, right? Oh my goodness. These scammers are getting terrible. So what is this area code? Southern part of the U.S. state of California. So the area code is from Southern California. Yeah, there's no reason why anybody from that area should be texting me, especially not in this fashion. Especially when I don't know who they are. I'm disturbed. Joel's making his move. Oh dear, Joel. I'm older than Joel. I don't think that it would be a wise decision for Joel to make his move with me. Plus, we already fight. We already fight. I don't think. Working all week in the dry weather. When can we discuss human compost? Oh dear. I mean, yeah, it could be from the LA area. It definitely, yeah, it is. It is from that area. But I don't know. There's only a few people in that area that have my number, and anybody else who might have my number, I don't know. I'm just, I feel like they would text me differently. This person is texting me like I know who they are. And also anyone texting me in such a fashion like that, like, you're like, why don't you respond to me? Nope. If I don't reply to you, I have my reasons. Period. I can't with somebody who's like, why aren't you texting me back? Like, because I'm busy. Because I don't have time or I don't have mental capacity. Like, sorry, I'm an adult. You know that, like, especially when it's like not an essential conversation. You know how people get all entitled to conversate with you in that fashion. Like, why aren't you responding? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I hear men deal with this with women a lot, where they get angry that they're not texting them back, and I'm just like, I'm too busy throughout the day. And when men text me like that, I get like very drained by it. I find it like really, like, don't expect me to be responding to you immediately or constantly via text. It's very entitled. Like, I got other things going on. And I don't like to conversate with people. When I'm texting with someone, like, I want to bring my proper energy to it, and I don't want it to keep going on forever. If it keeps going on forever, like those kind of text conversations, just call me, like, or let's arrange a call, because I don't want to keep texting like that. I don't like it. Like, I don't know how people sit around on dating apps and like message back and forth. It's like, I don't have the energy for that. Like, no. If you want to like talk to me, let's talk. But I'm not gonna talk like that via text. It's too much energy. Okay. So let's see. I'm not even sure where I cut off. But why were those empires made up of different nations? The answer is that the state is not a social structure like the family, the tribe, and the nation, but rather a political entity created by several factors, the simplest and foremost of which is nationalism. The national state is the only political form which is consistent with a natural social structure. Its existence lasts unless it becomes subject to the tyranny of another stronger nationalism, or unless its political structure as a state is affected by its social structure in the form of tribes, clans, and families. A political structure is corrupted if it becomes subservient to the sectarian social structure of the family, tribe, or sect and adopts its characteristics. Thank you, Josh Musics. God bless you as well. Religious, economic, and military factors also contribute to form a state which differs from the basic national state. Turning the light this way a bit to get more light for reading. Excuse me. A common religion, as well as the requirements of economics or military conquest, may create a state which embraces several nations. Thus, in one age, the world witnesses a state or an empire which will disintegrate in another age. When the spirit of nationalism emerges stronger than religious loyalties, or conflict flares up between different nationalisms which were brought together, for example, by one religion, each nation becomes independent and recovers its social structure. That empire then disappears. The role of religion resurfaces when the religious spirit emerges stronger than the spirit of nationalism. Consequently, the various nationalisms are unified under the banner of religion until the national role appears once again, and so on. Pardon me, y'all. All states which are composed of several nationalities for whatever reason, religion, economics, military power, or man-made ideology, will be destroyed by national conflict until each nation obtains its independence, because the social factor will inevitably triumph over the political factor. Despite political circumstances which necessitate the establishment of a state, the basis for the life of individuals is the family and extends to the tribe, the nation, and eventually to all humanity. The essential factor is the social factor. Nationalism is a permanent factor. Stress should be laid on social reality and family care in order to bring up an integrated, well-educated human. Care should then be given to the tribe as a social umbrella and a natural social school which develops its members at the post-family stage. The nation then follows. The individual learns social values, mainly from the family and the tribe, which form a natural social structure created by no particular individual. Taking care of the family is in the interest of the individual, just as care of the tribe is in the interest of the family. The individual and the nation. It is a part of the national identity. The social factor, the national factor, is the real constant dynamic force behind history. Good night, Becca. Thanks for stopping by. To disregard the national bond of human communities and to establish a political system in contradiction to social reality establishes only a temporary structure which will be destroyed by the movement of the social factor of those groups, as in the national integrity and dynamism of each community. These facts are innate in the life of humankind and are not intellectual conjectures. Every individual in the world should be aware of these realities and work accordingly so that his actions may be worthwhile. To avoid deviation, disorder, and damage in the life of human groups, which are a result of a lack of understanding and respect for these principles of human life, it is necessary to know these proven realities. Hello, Sheku. Welcome to the chat. Now, the next section is titled Woman. So we're going to hear Gaddafi handling the woman question in society. This should be interesting. I am looking forward to this. Are y'all ready? What are you going to do with us, ladies? The ladies, the women, woman. It is an undisputed fact that both man and woman are human beings. It follows as a self-evident fact that woman and man are equal as human beings. Discrimination against woman by man is a flagrant act of oppression without justification, for woman eats and drinks as man eats and drinks. Woman loves and hates as man loves and hates. Woman thinks, learns, and comprehends as man thinks, learns, and comprehends. Woman, like man, needs shelter, clothing, and transportation. Woman feels hunger and thirst as man feels hunger and thirst. Woman lives and dies as man lives and dies. But why are there men and women? Human society is composed neither of men alone nor of women alone. It is made up naturally of men and women. Why were not only men created? Why were not only women created? After all, what is the difference between men and women, or man and woman? There must be a natural necessity for the existence of man and woman rather than man only or woman only. It follows that neither of them is exactly like the other, and the fact that a natural difference exists between men and women is proved by the created existence of men and women. This necessarily means that there is a role for each one of them corresponding to the difference between them. Accordingly, there must be different prevailing conditions for each one in order that they perform their naturally different roles. To comprehend these roles, we must understand the difference in the created nature of man and woman, that is, the natural difference between the two. Women are females and men are males. Transphobia. I can't keep reading this. Hold on. Did he just say men are males and women are females? Did y'all hear that? Do you hear that muffler in the background? Kind of wanting to take a break and go close the window. You know I don't like that. We were dealing with that last night as well, but I didn't have the window open last night, so it's even more disturbing. I can't believe this guy was a transphobe. I really can't. That's insane to me. I thought he was a revolutionary leader. Turn out he's a effing turf. Okay. According to gynecologists, women menstruate every month or so, while men, being male, do not menstruate or suffer during the monthly period. A woman, being a female, is naturally subject to monthly bleeding, while when a woman does not menstruate, she is pregnant. If she is pregnant, she becomes, due to pregnancy, less active for about a year, which means that all her natural activities are seriously reduced until she delivers her baby. When she delivers her baby or has a miscarriage, she suffers puerperium. What is this word? I'm going to look it up. I'm getting text from another weird number. Guys, I'm being like cyber harassed. Yeah, somewhere my data got sold to someone and I'm getting harassed by it. Puerperium. How is this pronounced?
Puerperium.
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 Puerperium. The period of about 6 weeks after childbirth, during which the mother's reproductive organs return to their original non-pregnant condition. Goodness. Okay, back to the differences between men and women. I'm stunned at these. The condition attendant on delivery or miscarriage. As man does not get pregnant, he is not liable to the conditions which women, being female, suffer. Afterwards, a woman may breastfeed the baby she bore. Breastfeeding continues for about 2 years. Breastfeeding means that a woman is so inseparable from her baby that her activity is seriously reduced. She becomes directly responsible for another person whom she assists in his or her biological functions. Without this assistance, that person would die. The man, on the other hand, neither conceives nor breastfeeds. End of gynecological statement. All these innate characteristics form differences because of which men and women are not the same. These characteristics in themselves are the realities that define male and female, men and women. They assign to each of them a different role or function in life. This means that men cannot replace women in carrying out these functions. It is worthy of consideration that these biological functions are a heavy burden, causing women great effort and suffering, However, without these functions which women perform, human life would come to an end. It follows that it is a natural function which is neither voluntary nor compulsory. It is an essential function without which human life would come to a complete halt. Deliberate interventions against conception form an alternative to human life. In addition to that, there exists partial deliberate intervention against conception as well as against breastfeeding. All these are links in a chain of actions in contradiction to natural life, which is tantamount to murder. For a woman to kill herself in order not to conceive, deliver, and breastfeed is within the realm of deliberate artificial interventions, in contradiction with the nature of life epitomized by marriage, conception, breastfeeding, and maternity. They differ only in degree. To dispense with the natural role of woman in maternity, nurseries replacing mothers, is a start in dispensing with the human society and transforming it into a merely biological society with an artificial way of life. To separate children from their mothers and to cram them into nurseries is a process by which they are transformed into something very close to chicks. For nurseries are similar to poultry farms into which chicks are crammed after they are hatched. Nothing else would be as appropriate and suitable to the human being and his dignity as natural motherhood. Children should be raised by their mothers in a family where the true principles of motherhood, fatherhood, and comradeship of brothers and sisters prevail, and not in an institution resembling a poultry farm. Well, I agree with him about that. So he had his sense about that because let me tell you, I've met socialists who are like very into these bizarre ideas of doing away with the nuclear family entirely. So it's nice to see that he is not, or he was not against the nuclear family as a unit. He saw it as the most appropriate thing for human life. So he is right. I mean, it's completely backward to do away with motherhood. And yeah, I mean, you see it. I mean, children that are not mothered well do not fare well or as well as they could. You know, children who don't have mothers and fathers, you know, there's something that they are lacking. Okay. Even poultry, like the rest of the members of the animal kingdom, need motherhood as a natural phase. Therefore, breeding them on farms similar to nurseries is against their natural growth. Even their meat is artificial rather than natural. Meat from mechanized poultry farms is not tasty and may not be nourishing because the chicks are not naturally bred and are not raised in the protective shade of natural motherhood. The meat of wild birds is more tasty and nourishing because they are naturally fed. As for children who have neither family nor shelter, society is their guardian, and only for them should society establish nurseries and related institutions. It is better for them to be taken care of by society rather than by individuals who are not their parents. Interesting. So despite him thinking that, so he's against adoption, it appears, of children. He would rather see children who are orphaned or for whatever reason have not got a family of their own, who've been abandoned or whatever's happened to them. He would rather see them raised in a nursery like institution, like I'm assuming some kind of orphanage nursery institution, than to be adopted by individuals who are not their parents. I don't know if I agree with that. But just from like people I've known or that I've come across who have been in those circumstances, I don't know. It is very damaging. And there are like long-term repercussions for not having. I'd rather see more children with families. If a test were carried out to discover whether the natural propensity of the child is towards its mother or the nursery, the child would opt for the mother and not the nursery. Since the natural tendency of a child is towards its mother, she is the natural and proper person to give the child the protection of nursing. Sending a child to a nursery in place of its mother is coercive and oppressive and against its free and natural tendencies. Natural growth for all living things is free and healthy growth. To substitute a nursery for a mother is coercive action against free and sound growth. Children who are shipped off to a nursery are consigned compulsorily or by exploitation and simple-mindedness. They are driven to nurseries purely by materialistic and not by social considerations. If coercion and childish simple-mindedness were removed, they would certainly reject the nursery and cling to their mothers. The only justification for such an unnatural and justification for such an unnatural and anti-motherhood. A woman whose created nature has assigned to her a natural role different from that of a man must be in an appropriate position to perform her natural role. Motherhood is the female's function, not the male's. Consequently, it is unnatural to separate children from their mothers. Any attempt to take children away from their mothers is coercion, oppression, and dictatorship. The mother who abandons her maternity contradicts her natural role in life. She must be provided with her rights and with conditions which are non-coercive, unoppressive, and appropriate to her natural role. She can then fulfill her natural role under natural conditions. If the woman is forced to abandon her natural role regarding conception and maternity, she falls victim to coercion and tyranny. A woman who needs work that renders her unable to perform her natural function is not free and is compelled to work by need, and in need, freedom is latent. Excuse me, y'all. Just stretching a little bit. Got some discomfort. Half of women in 2030 will be childless at 40. Well, I'll be over 40 by then, so I'll be okay. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion. I think, yeah. I don't think if I had been married earlier in my life that it would have been anything but hell, honestly. So I'm glad that I've never gotten involved in that. I think it would have been utterly bad. I honestly think I've been protected, by not finding anyone to marry in any of the fallen states that I've found myself in. I would have been I honestly, when I look back at my life and I look at what, as bad as it could have been, as bad as things could have been, I know God had my back. He was not going to let me ruin my life completely. But anyway, let's continue. And yeah, I think of it. I'm like, have any of the men I've known who would it have been right for me to have any of their children? And I think no. No, it wouldn't have, So I don't know. I'm not pressed about it. I think, yeah, we do have an issue in our society with it, of course, but looking at my life individually, I can only be grateful that, you know, I didn't have kids with anyone who, wouldn't have been a good father, and I didn't get married to anyone who wouldn't have been a good husband. How would a child ruin my life? Um, I don't think that I would have been, I mean, when I say that, I think there wasn't anyone that I could have relied upon to be a decent husband and father. So having a child in that circumstance would have meant that either, I would have ended up a single mother anyway. And then, all of the, on top of like all of the strain and pressure of just providing for myself, having to navigate doing that for myself and a child, I don't think it would have been a good situation for myself and a child. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. Well, Mina, yeah. And I wasn't saying that a child would have ruined my life. You're just emotional about it, you know? And I don't know. I do see a lot of women really mess themselves up by, fornicating and giving a legacy to men who aren't worthy of having children. So there's a lot of brokenness in that. Well, anyway. Among suitable and even essential conditions which enable women to perform their natural role, which differs from that of men, are those very conditions which are proper for a human being who is incapacitated and burdened with pregnancy. Bearing another human being in her womb lessens her physical ability. It is unjust to place such a woman in this stage of maternity into circumstances of physical work incompatible with her condition. For pregnant women to perform such physical work is tantamount to punishment for their betrayal of their maternal role. It is a tax they pay for entering the realm of men, which is naturally alien to their own. I'm reminded of that story that was shared, I think, on the JLP show and the Hague Report recently about um, I don't know if it was the Secret Service or some sort of maybe it was the Secret Service, but it was, or some other security force with women employees who were suing for discrimination for being given not having overtime opportunities while pregnant and not having or having reduced work requirements while pregnant, and these women are suing and filing discrimination about it, and in reality they weren't discriminated against, they were being catered to. They were being able to keep their job while also being pregnant and creating a whole new life inside them. It is quite crazy to listen to and think about how out of touch a lot of women are even with their own bodies. Like how can you even Well, anyway. The belief, even if it is held by a woman, that she carries out physical labor of her own accord is not in fact true. She performs the physical work only because a harsh materialistic society has placed her, without her being directly aware of it, into coercive circumstances. She has no alternative but to submit to the conditions of that society, even though she may think that she works of her own accord. In fact, the alleged basis that there is no difference in any way between men and women deprives woman of her freedom. Indeed, it does. The phrase "in any way" is a monstrous deception. This idea will destroy the appropriate and necessary conditions which constitute the privilege which women ought to enjoy apart from men, in accordance with their distinctive nature, and upon which their natural role in life is based. To demand equality between man and woman in carrying heavy weights while the woman is pregnant is unjust and cruel. To demand equality between them in fasting and hardship while she is breastfeeding is unjust and cruel. To demand equality between them in any dirty work which stains her beauty and detracts from her femininity is unjust and cruel. Go off, Gaddafi. Let me read that again. To demand equality between them in any dirty work which stains her beauty and detracts from her femininity is unjust and cruel. Matt's getting out of here with that one. That is based. That is hella based. I mean, yeah. Education that leads to work unsuitable for her nature is unjust and cruel as well. There is no difference between men and women in all that concerns humanity. None of them should marry the other against his or her will, or divorce without a just trial or mutual agreement. Neither should a woman remarry without such agreement or divorce, nor a man without divorce or consent. The woman is the owner of the house because it is one of the suitable and necessary conditions for a woman who menstruates, conceives, and cares for her children. The female is the owner of the maternity shelter, which is the house. Even in the animal world, which differs in many ways from that of the humans, and where maternity is also a duty according to nature, it is coercive to deprive the female of her shelter and the offspring of their mother. There has been a guy that has called into JLP he called into the Hague report and he called into JLP and he was complaining. First off, I don't want to be judgmental about this guy, but there's a whole lot that he wasn't seeing. But he, admitted in his calls that he was committing adultery multiple times against his wife. So he directly participated in the breakdown of his marriage. They're divorcing right now, and they haven't paid off the house. She wants to keep the house. Mind you, they have a couple of children, like tender age children as well, that are still growing up. And he wants to sell the house and split the funds, which would only amount to like $90,000. So he says. And I'm like, and she's like, no, I'm not. I'm getting the house. And I think a lot of women, go that route just because they're the ones who end up with, unless the woman is completely unfit, most times she's going to get custody just because women care for kids naturally. I mean, growing up, and just from my own perspective, growing up being raised by a single father, I cannot tell you the amount of stigma there was about that. The amount of times that I was made to feel odd or weird because, my father was raising me and not my mother. Like even like, because most of the time when there was a single parent, it's a mother, not a father. So, when a man ends up with custody, it's because the mother has been like deemed unfit in some regard. Like there's some sort of like backstory that's whatever. So why am I bringing this up? What about this reminded me of that? I just think, you know, in that particular story, this is just reminding me of that particular story that guy was going off, because it was clear he's not trying to get custody of the kids. And I'm just listening to this. I'm like, dude, you not only did you like commit adultery against your wife multiple times, but now you want to like deprive your children of their home. Like not only are they being deprived of their natural family, like their parents are splitting up and divorcing, they're going to be deprived of their home that they've lived in for all this time and end up, and what, you know, I have no doubt the mother's going to end up with custody. So like, what is she going to be able to like even obtain for them to live in with $90,000? You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm kind of like, you know, you want to get that house, get that 90K so bad that you would actually cause even more destruction to and upheaval in your kid's life. I'm like, your kid's home is worth 90K to you. I don't know. I just listened to, I'm judgmental, I admit it. I was listening to it. I'm like, man, this guy needs like, and he's going off like, you know, she's got no love. She's being unreasonable. No. And I'm like, no, she's being perfectly reasonable. And I don't think this woman is without fault at all. But I mean, come on. You're divorcing. Take the L, dude. Like, and as a man, without having kids, you know, to take care of, he's going to have so many more opportunities to, you know, earn and do for himself, you know. You hear, and she's going to be what? Stuck raising the kids, like doing all that hard parenting without a father in the home. So I just don't know. Like, I'm like, call me, dude. Call me. Let me tell you how the cow ate the cabbage, dude. Like, don't call these like men and look for sympathy. Like, oh, women are so bad. I'm like, come on, dude. Like, you've ruined your family. You've ruined your marriage. And now you're wanting to take your kid's house from them. Like, you know, you want to take all the stability away just so that you can get 90,000 and like, you know, call it 50-50 or something. I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way listening to that. Like, come on. The house is naturally the females. Anyway. Especially because like most men, and like in this marriage that we're talking about, he wouldn't have had that house if he hadn't gotten married, you know? Like most men don't have any assets until they marry anyway. But we completely like gloss over the fact that marriage helps men build wealth, helps women build wealth too. But like, honestly, this is why a lot of marriages don't have prenups, you know, where the guys are like, men are, you know, and then they come out years later once they get divorced, like men are getting screwed in divorce. And like, well, you didn't have a prenup because you didn't have anything until you got married and actually built wealth with your wife. So sorry. Yeah, she took half of what she helped you build. Anyway. Oh, Court's the ladies' man. Court, stop bragging. Stop bragging. Court. Okay, I'm done taking my feminist rant there. Maybe, you know, and then, yeah, I remember there's this woman that's been harassing me in the chat as well. She's like, you're a feminist. No. And I'm like, okay, well, what are you? Like, how can you listen to that? Like, I don't care. Call me a name. You're calling me a feminist because I can see a woman's perspective and the children's perspective. I can think long term about what's right for the children. I acknowledge women's labor. Like, being a wife and mother is labor. I have no doubt that his wife helped him buy all the assets he has as well. We're pretending that women don't, bring money into their marriages as well. Like, with a lot of these guys, I can't. I cannot with the stupidity. Okay, let's continue. Woman is female. Being female means she has a biological nature that is different from that of the male. The female's biological nature, differing as it does from that of the males, has imparted to women characteristics different from those of men in the form and in essence. A woman's anatomy is different from that of a man's, just as the female differs in plants and animals. This is natural and incontrovertible fact. This is a natural and incontrovertible fact. In the animal and plant kingdoms, the male is naturally created strong and aggressive, while the female is created beautiful and gentle. That's interesting, like, because I don't know, there are many animals where the males are more like, I don't think she was a good wife, but like, I also don't think he was a good husband. And then he's calling in like, there's no love because she wants to keep her house. Dude, just move on. It's $90,000. It's not worth more upheaval for your kids. My point is, those kids deserve to stay in their home and not have the instability, and the wife deserves her home as well. I don't know, like, deserve getting cheated. And deserve getting cheated on. I don't know. He didn't seem like the kind of guy, just from listening to him, I didn't get the sense that he was cheating on her because she wasn't putting out. I don't know about that, Cecil. That's crazy. That's crazy. Really? My goodness. My goodness. I don't know. People's justifications for cheating are always dumb. That he worked too hard and he worked too much and neglected me. Nah, I don't know. That's crazy too. That is crazy. If he's working that much, trust and believe. I'm going to be chasing him down. Make the kids work and you stay home. That's right. Put the kids to work. I know people are nasty out here. People are selfish, nasty, riddled with demonic possession. Okay. In view of his different nature and in line with the laws of nature, the male has played the role of the strong and striving, not by design, but simply because he is created that way. The female has played the role of the beautiful and the gentle involuntarily because she was created so. This natural rule is just, partly because it is natural, and partly because it is the basic rule for freedom. All living creatures are created free, and any interference with that freedom is coercion. Not to adhere to these natural roles and to lack concern for their limits amounts to a wanton act of corruption against the values of life itself. Hello, Chris. Really, Court? I don't know. I find it really shocking. Cecil, stop telling on these people. Cecil. Oh my goodness. That's terrible. That's terrible. I don't know. If my man was working that much, he would definitely be well well treated. I would be so eternally grateful to be, the servant of such a man. I'm sure I would yearn for him though. I would be like longing and wistful, like, when will my hero come? And, you know, well, anyway. But that's a good thing. It's good to have that in a relationship as well. To want for the other one, to yearn for them, to have time away and to appreciate it when you have it. I mean, the devil is busy. How old was this woman, Cecil? I mean, that's so juvenile. I mean, this is also part of the reason why I'm like, some people just are not mature enough to be married. That's such an immature thing to say. He's changed too much. He's tired. Well, I know. I mean, I don't know. I do think it is important for both, man and wife to take time to attend to the other. Like, yeah, if her husband had never told her she was beautiful, I mean, that would probably hurt. But another man comes along and starts whispering those kind of things that women want to hear. A husband should take care, especially if he does have a beautiful wife or a wife that other men find attractive. It's important never to take what you have for granted, don't you think? Male or female, don't take your blessings for granted. Don't take your spouse for granted. There's this interesting storyline. I do want to do some like videos where I talk about certain themes and like upstairs, downstairs. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to approach making these videos because it's not usually my general style of doing things. I might just do like, I don't know, like an episode coverage, but there's this one storyline, controversial storyline of Lady Marjorie having an affair with her son's friend. What was his name? I can't recall his name anyway. Anyway, she and her husband are having a difference. Now her husband is a politician in the story, in this show. He's a member of parliament. She's conservative. Their marriage, he married into the aristocracy. She was from an aristocratic family. He was from, more common family, but his father was a minister, and then he wanted to get involved in politics, and her family had kind of provided a way for him to move in politics, and they were very conservative, and he was kind of going against the party, and she was, distraught with him for that. And then he started neglecting her. Like he'd made, arrangements to do things she wanted to do, and like go see the opera. She was into the opera. and he had like made arrangements to go with her to the opera, and then he canceled on her. And then her son's friend, who's in town, who's a part of the military, so happens to also be a fan of the opera, arranges to take her out, and then they start this affair. And it's like scandalous, and the servants know about it. And honestly, her husband kind of puts it together that something's going on. Now, he doesn't confront her directly in the story. She ends it. It goes on for a few weeks, and then she just, comes to her senses and like pulls herself together and like ends it with this guy. She's like, I love you. Like, this guy wants her to run away with him. Like, he's head over heels with her. He wants her to like run away to another country, start a new life with him. He's like begging her to do it. And she's just like, I can't, I love you, but I love my family, and I have, duties and responsibilities to them. Anyway, it's like, so they have this like, intense breakup. It's all like, ugh. And her husband, like, he picks up something was going on. And, she's how distressed she is. That this guy like abruptly left the country, like after she dumped him. Her husband kind of puts it together, and he blames himself for it. It's interesting in the storyline. She becomes, unhappy at one moment. She doesn't say anything to him. She doesn't like admit anything to him, but he knows. And he sends her away to visit, her family for a few weeks. And like, he takes her out. He also apologizes to her for being disloyal politically. And come on, I love you. I love you. I love you. Good night, Samuel. Well, anyway, long story short, I just thought it was interesting. There's that storyline of this husband, like, he realized he'd married this, like, very, high-strung woman, and he'd, neglected her a bit. He'd, like, taken her a bit for granted, and he blamed himself, and he, set out not to ever neglect her again, basically. And, like, it was just interesting to watch that happen. And then later on, once his son got married, his son's wife actually ended up having an affair as well, which he found out about. And he also did not confront his wife directly. He blamed himself, and he like, kind of just responded in a similar way. Like he recognized that he'd been taking her for granted, and not attending to her as a husband should. So I mean, I do think that, I don't know, it was interesting to watch and kind of think about, and to also think that both these men responded in the same way. I think most men, though, they would not be so forgiving, He should have replaced her. I haven't heard Taylor Swift's new song. That's terrible. Oh my gosh. He should have replaced her. I don't think he should have replaced her. I mean, you have to also understand that these shows took place, like the characters, that time period where the first storyline took place was the Edwardian era. So, and they were members of the aristocracy. It wasn't common for people of that class to divorce. And like, I mean, I think it does take, I don't think there's anything wrong with forgiving your spouse, like male or female. You know what I mean? Like men, I just think, one should be kind of honest. Like, did I do something to drive my spouse away? What did I contribute to this situation happening? and to like be honest with yourself about that, you know, because there's ways that women do that to their husbands. There's ways that husbands do that to their wives. And I think a lot of it comes down to like just a lack of loyalty and a lack of, regard for the preciousness of what you have, like I said, taking it for granted. So if you look at yourself honestly and see that you've played a part, then I think it's okay to forgive. But not all situations should be like that. Oh my, I can't see Golden Rule TV's comments. That's 6. I'm gonna have to listen to Taylor Swift's new song. I don't know which new song it is. Is it off of that big album? Because I've only like listened to a bit of it. You're so good, kitty. So anyway, yeah, the Edwardian period, and then during World War I was the period that the son and his wife, his wife had cheated on him. You have to understand though, like he was very horrible to her. He neglected her. He carried on an emotional affair with his young cousin. Like they had a really inappropriate, like close affair. It didn't become sexual, but it was, he was really crossing the boundary there. And also she had a miscarriage and he wasn't there for her during that. He ignored her, so like they had a difficult marriage, but like his forgiveness of her like also helped contribute to, I think, like the strength of their relationship improved. It was interesting. I'm still going. I'm talking about Upstairs, Downstairs. Have you ever seen it? Both ends of your stream. So yeah, I do kind of want to and I also want to talk about the episode where the Irish scullery maid kills herself, because that was just like devastating. That episode and the one where like James kills himself, like those are both like episodes that had me bawling multiple times watching them. Yeah, it's an English TV show. Because I have him blocked, Maina. I blocked him in chat in I don't know, probably the Hague Report or something else, or one of those, because I didn't like his comments. You too, baby. The kitty's back, y'all. Okay. Yeah, it's English. It's from the 70s. It's one of my favorite shows. It shows like the class system, in a very interesting way. And it was like the forerunner of all the other like Downton Abbeys and other shows like that. They lifted a lot of the storylines directly from Upstairs, Downstairs, and the writing is superb. And it's, the 70s, a lot of the acting is very stage, so I enjoy that kind of acting as well. Yeah, definitely. I think Yoda said something about Gaddafi's view of women being a lot more enlightened than our current era. Okay. Not to adhere to these natural rules and to lack concern for their limits amounts to a wanton act of corruption against the values of life itself. Nature has been designed to be in harmony with the inevitability of life, from what is being to what will become. The living creature is a being who inevitably lives until it is dead. Existence between the beginning and the end of life is based on a natural law without choice or compulsion. It is natural. It is natural freedom. Blocking is beta or nah. Shut up, Chris. You don't have to, none of you have to put up with what I have to put up with in the chat. And Golden Rule TV said some disrespectful things to me, like personally. He called me a skank, okay? Like, that's who that is. Why should I have to, like, do I need to interact with somebody like that? In the animal, plant, and human realms, there must be a male and a female for life to occur from its beginning to its end. Not only do they exist, but they have to exercise with absolute efficiency the natural role for which they have been created. If their role is not being efficiently performed, there must be some defect in the organization of life caused by historical circumstances. This is the case of societies almost everywhere in the world today as they confuse the roles of men and women and endeavor to transform women into men. Interesting. I know, I don't like that term. I do not like that term. He did. I am not a skank. No, he didn't. He didn't. I mean, I called him boring, and then he called me a skank. So no, he wasn't. And yet he has said pretty nasty things about Taylor Swift as well. But prior to that, this is the case of societies almost everywhere in the world today as they confuse the roles of men and women and endeavor to transform women into men. In harmony with nature and its subsequent purpose, men and women must be creative within their respective roles. To resist is retrogressive. It is directed against nature and destroys the basis of freedom, for it is hostile to both life and survival. Men and women must perform, not abandon, the roles for which they are created. Abandoning their role, or even part of it, only occurs as a result of coercive conditions and under abnormal circumstances. The woman who rejects pregnancy, marriage, beautification, and femininity for reasons of health abandons her natural role in life under these coercive conditions of ill health. The woman who rejects marriage, pregnancy, or motherhood because of work abandons her natural role under similar coercive conditions. The woman who rejects marriage, pregnancy, or maternity without any concrete cause abandons her natural role as a result of a coercive and morally deviant circumstances. Thus, abandoning the natural roles of female and male in life can only occur under unnatural conditions which are contrary to freedom and are a threat to survival. Consequently, there must be a world revolution which puts an end to all materialistic conditions hindering women from performing their natural role in life, and so drives them to carry out men's duties in order to attain equal rights. Such revolution will inevitably take place, particularly in industrial societies, as a response to the instinct of survival, even without any instigator of revolution, such as the Green Book. No, I didn't read anything wrong. I know why I blocked someone, okay? And it wasn't the first time he said something that put me off, okay? My business. Anyway, you know what? It's fine. He's here. It's cool. If he's getting something out of watching it, it's cool. Enjoy, talk to him in the chat. I don't mind at all, but like, I just can't see whatever he's saying. All societies today look upon women as little more than commodities. The East regards her as a commodity to be bought and sold, while the West does not recognize her femininity. Driving women to do man's work is a flagrant aggression against the femininity with which she is naturally provided and which defines a natural purpose essential to life. Man's work obscures woman's beautiful features, which are created for female roles. They are like blossoms. Go off. They are like blossoms, which are created to attract pollen and to produce seeds. Isn't that nice? I do be like a blossom. Okay. If we did away with the blossoms, the role of plants in life would come to an end. The natural embellishment in butterflies and birds and animal females exists to that natural vital purpose. If a woman carries out men's work, she risks being transformed into a man, abandoning her role and her beauty. A woman has a full right to live without being forced to change into a man and to give up her femininity. Wow. Wow. Physical structure, which is naturally different in men and women, leads to differences in the functions of the organs, which in turn leads to differences in the psyche, mood, emotions, as well as in physical appearance. A woman is tender. A woman is pretty. A woman weeps easily and is easily frightened. In general, women are gentle and men are aggressive by virtue of their inbred nature. To ignore natural differences between men and women and to mix their roles is an absolutely uncivilized attitude. Amen. Hostile to the laws of nature, destructive to human life, and a genuine cause for the wretchedness of human social life. Modern industrial societies, which have made women adapt to the same physical work as men at the expense of their femininity and their natural role in terms of beauty, maternity, and serenity, are materialistic and uncivilized. To imitate them is as stupid as it is dangerous to civilization and humanity. The question then is not whether women should or should not work, for this is a ridiculous materialistic presentation of the case. Work should be provided by the society to all able members who need work, men and women, on the condition that individuals work in their own fields, not to be coerced into carrying out unsuitable work. Freedom means that every human gets proper education which qualifies him or her for the work which suits him or her. Dictatorship means that human beings are taught that which is not suitable for them and are forced to do unsuitable work. Work which is appropriate to men is not necessarily appropriate to women, and knowledge that is proper for children does not necessarily suit adults. Yeah, Court is a member. See? And Court has donated. He donated to my swimsuit fund, and I have purchased a new swimsuit. Now I'm figuring out which gym I'm going to join. And I was thinking I would join the one that was near me, but now I'm not so sure because the pool is kind of small. So I'm thinking I might do a different one. But I'm going to ask somebody who's a member about it next time I see them, probably tomorrow, since I know them at church. So I'm going to ask about the pool and if that would be a better choice for me. I got a very nice swimsuit, y'all. I'll show it to y'all sometime. I will not model it for you all because it's not appropriate, but I got a nice high-waisted kind of two-piece with a halter top. It was nice. Yeah, I'm gonna try and start swimming as a way to get cardio in. Yeah. No, I don't swim yet, but I want to at least, just it would be good for me to get in the water and, move my body. Okay, I'm limited because of my conditions and what I can do, but I definitely I need to find some kind of exercise to do, and swimming seems like the best thing to at least strengthen and move muscles that I'm not really able to exercise and work out, and also to get the cardiovascular kind of um, workout that I need, because what I'm really able to do here by myself is very limited. So I would like to have a little bit more, ability to move and kind of, anyway, like courtsy at least. No, y'all, come on, y'all, no. You better, you little devil. Oh my goodness, y'all. It's nice. It really is. It's a nice swimsuit. I got kind of like, I'm gonna get another one too. Um, and I also need to get a cap for my hair. Yoda, I do not take pictures of, I'm not that kind of woman. I don't take pictures of myself like that. Okay. I'm not like that. That I'm not the one. You want a picture of that, you better send me, I don't know. How much would I charge for a picture like that? I'm gonna have to think about that, y'all. That's definitely not the cost of a swimsuit. That's for sure. Okay. Okay, this is the last sentence of the section. There is no difference in human rights between man and woman, the child and the adult, but there is no absolute identity between them as regards their but there is no absolute identity between them as regards their duties. Minorities. Try 5,000, Calvin. Try 5,000, Yoda. Okay? $50. Even that feels like 5,000. It's like, come on. I don't want anyone but, that's what I got going on is nobody's business. I am an unmarried woman. If God wants to send me someone, okay, but like I'm not sharing that with anyone else. Yeah. I know, I'm like, I said 5,000. I'm like, no. I can't. I can't. A quarter mil. Yeah, it's not even, it's like, I don't know. I'm just not the one. I'm not the one. There are women out there who will do that. I'm not the one. What is a minority? What are its rights and responsibilities? How can the problem of minorities be solved according to the solution to various human problems presented by the third universal theory? There are only two types of minorities. One of them belongs to a nation which provides it with a social framework, while the other has no nation and forms its own social framework. The latter is the one that forms one of the historic groups which eventually constitute a nation by virtue of a sense of belonging and a common destiny. Stop it, Yoda. Stop it, Yoda. Stop. Bad Yoda. Bad. Bad.
It is now clear that such a minority has its own social rights. Any encroachment on these rights by any majority is an act of injustice. Social characteristics are inherent and cannot be given or taken away. The political and economic problems of minorities can only be solved within a society controlled by the masses in whose hands power, wealth, and arms should be placed. To view the minority as a political and economic substrata is dictatorial and unjust. Black people will prevail in the world. The latest age of slavery has been the enslavement of blacks by white people. The memory of this age will persist in the thinking of Black people until they have vindicated themselves. This tragic and historic event, the resulting bitter feeling, and the yearning or the vindication of a whole race constitute a psychological motivation of Black people to vengeance and triumph that cannot be disregarded. In addition, the inevitable cycle of social history, which includes the yellow people's domination of the world when it marched from Asia, and the white people's carrying out a wide-ranging colonialist movement covering all the continents of the world, is now giving way to the reemergence of Black people. I do not go fishing. I wonder how long it would take to go by train from Louisiana here. Black people are now in a very backward social situation, but such backwardness works to bring about their numerical superiority because their low standard of living has shielded them from methods of birth control and family planning. Also, their old social traditions place no limit on marriages, leading to their accelerated growth. The population of other races has decreased because of birth control, restrictions on marriage, and constant occupation and work, unlike the Blacks who tend to be less obsessive about work in a climate which is continuously hot. Education or learning. Education. Education or learning is not necessarily that routinized curriculum and those classified subjects in textbooks which youths are forced to learn during specified hours while sitting in rows of desks. This type of education, now prevailing all over the world, is directed against human freedom. State-controlled education, which governments boast of whenever they are able to force it on their youths, is a method of suppressing freedom. It is a compulsory obliteration of a human being's talent, as well as a coercive directing of the human being's choices. It is an act of dictatorship, destructive of freedom, because it deprives people of their free choice, creativity, and brilliance. To force a human being to learn according to a set curriculum is a dictatorial act. To impose certain subjects upon people is also a dictatorial act. Good Lord. State-controlled and standardized education is, in fact, a forced stultification of the masses. All governments which set courses of education in terms of formal curricula and force people to learn those courses coerce their citizens. All methods of education prevailing in the world should be destroyed through a universal cultural revolution that frees the human mind from curricula of fanaticism, which dictate a process of deliberate distortion of men's tastes, conceptual ability, and mentality. This does not mean that schools are to be closed and that people should turn their backs on education, as it may seem to superficial readers. On the contrary, it means that society should provide all types of education, giving people the chance to choose freely any subjects they wish to learn. This requires a sufficient number of schools for all types of education.
Insufficient numbers of schools restrict human freedom of choice, forcing them to learn only the subjects available, while depriving them of their natural right to choose because of the unavailability of other subjects. Societies which ban or monopolize knowledge are reactionary societies, which are biased towards ignorance and are hostile to freedom. Societies which prohibit the teaching of religion are reactionary societies, biased towards ignorance and hostile to freedom. Societies which monopolize religious education are reactionary societies, biased towards ignorance and hostile to freedom. Equally so are the societies which distort the religions, civilizations, and behavior of others in the process of teaching these subjects. Societies which consider materialistic knowledge taboo are likewise reactionary societies, biased towards ignorance and hostile to freedom. Knowledge is a natural right of every human being, of which no one has the right to deprive him or her under any pretext, except in a case where a person does something which deprives him or her of that right. Ignorance will come to an end when everything is presented as it actually is, and when knowledge about everything is available to each person in the manner that suits him or her. Music and art. Humans, being backward, are still unable to speak one common language. Until this human aspiration is attained, which seems impossible, the expression of joy and sorrow, of what is good and bad, beautiful and ugly, comfortable, and miserable, mortal and eternal, love and hatred, the description of colors, sentiments, tastes, and moods, all will be expressed according to the language each person speaks spontaneously. Behavior itself will result from the reaction produced by the feeling that the language creates in the speaker's mind. Learning a single language, whatever it may be, is not the solution for the time being. It is a problem that will inevitably remain without solution until the process of the unification of languages has passed through time, provided that the hereditary factor loses its effect on subsequent generations through the passage of sufficient time. The sentiment, taste, and mood of ancestors form those of their descendants. If those ancestors spoke different languages and their children, on the contrary, speak a single language, the offspring would not necessarily share common tastes in virtue of speaking a common language. You all are being very inappropriate in my chat. Y'all are talking about things you should not be talking about in my chat. Oh, why? Why? Okay. Such common tastes can be achieved only when the new language imparts the taste and the sense transmitted by inheritance from one generation to another. If one group of people wears white clothes in mourning and another group puts on black, the sentiment of each group will be adjusted according to these two colors, as in one group rejects the black color on such an occasion, while the other one prefers it, and vice versa. Such a sentiment leaves its physical effect on the cells as well as on the genes in the body. This adaptation will be transmitted by inheritance. The inheritors automatically reject the color rejected by the legator, as a result of inheriting the sentiment of their legator. Consequently, people are only harmonious with their own arts and heritage. They are not harmonious with the arts of others because of heredity, even though those people who differ in heritage speak a single common language.
Such a difference emerges between the groups of one people, even if it is on a small scale. To learn a single language is not the problem, and to understand others' arts as a result of learning their language is also not the problem. The problem is the impossibility of a real intuitional adaptation to the language of others. This will remain impossible until the effects of heredity, which are transmitted in the human body, come to an end. Mankind is still backwards because humans do not communicate in one inherited common language. This is interesting. Galahad, please do not speculate about such things. Chris, Chris, time everyone out. I'm shocked. Don't look in the chat. Nothing to see here, Terry. I'm shocked. Please do not speculate about what is going on privately with me. That's none of your business. It is only a matter of time before mankind achieves that goal unless civilization should relapse. Okay, there's just a couple more pages, y'all. I'm going to power through and then I'm going to bed. Well, I'm getting off of here. Okay, sport, horsemanship, and the stage. Sport is either private, like the prayer, which one performs alone inside a closed room, or public, performed collectively in open places, like the prayer, which is practiced corporately in places of worship. The first type of sport concerns the individuals themselves, while the second type is of concern to all people. It must be practiced by all and should not be left to anyone else to practice on their behalf. It is unreasonable for crowds to enter places of worship just to view a person or a group of people praying without taking part. It is equally unreasonable for crowds to enter playgrounds and arenas to watch a player of a team without participating themselves. I know you're innocent, Court. I know you're innocent. Chris and Court are innocent. Yoda and Galahad, not so much. Gal Ahab. Anyway. Sport is like praying, eating, and the feelings of coolness and warmth. It is unlikely that crowds will enter a restaurant just to look at a person or a group of people eat. It is also unlikely that they will let a person or group or people enjoy warmth or ventilation on their behalf. It is equally illogical for the society to allow an individual or a team to monopolize sports, while the society as a whole pays the cost of such a monopoly for the exclusive benefit of one person or team. In the same way, people should not allow an individual or a group, whether it is a party, class, sect, tribe, or parliament, to replace them in deciding their destiny and in defining their needs. Mod me up, Terry. I do need to get some mods, don't I? But what are you gonna do? Private sport is of concern only to those who practice it on their own and at their own expense. Public sport is a public need, and the people cannot be either democratically or physically represented by others in its practice. Physically, the representative cannot transmit to others how his body and morale benefit from sport. Democratically, no individual or team has the right to monopolize sport, power, wealth, or arms for themselves. Sporting clubs represent the basic organization of traditional sport in the world today. They retain all expenditure and public facilities allocated to sport in every state. These institutions are social monopolistic agencies. Like all dictatorial political instruments, which monopolize authority, economic instruments, which monopolize wealth, and traditional military instruments, which monopolize arms. I shouldn't have to read such things, Yoda. I should not have to read such things. Yikes. Okay. As the era of the masses does away with the instruments monopolizing power, wealth, and arms, it will inevitably destroy the monopoly of social activity in such areas as sports, horsemanship, and so forth. The masses who queue to vote for a candidate to represent them in deciding their destiny act on the impossible assumption that this person will represent them and embody on their behalf their dignity, sovereignty, and point of view. However, those masses who are robbed of their will and dignity are reduced to mere spectators, watching another person performing what they should naturally be doing themselves. The same holds true of the crowds who, because of ignorance, fail to practice sport, and for themselves, they are fooled by monopolistic instruments which endeavor to stupefy them and divert them into indulging in laughter and applause instead. Sport, as a social activity, must be for the masses, just as power, wealth, and arms should be in the hands of the people's own expense. Public sport is for all the masses. It is the right of all people for their health and recreational benefit. It is mere stupidity to leave its benefits to certain individuals and teams who monopolize these, while the masses provide the facilities and pay the expenses for the establishment of public sports. The thousands who crowd stadiums to view, applaud, and laugh are foolish people who have failed to carry out the activity themselves. Yeah, that's how I feel watching sports too. I know people are very convinced that they love calling themselves sinners, don't they? It is interesting. I don't like that myself. I don't think it's right. Quick question, why are you reading this? Well, it's a book I had in my library, gifted to me by my friend Caleb. He gave me a bunch of books produced by the CPI. And I also thought it would be of interest to my audience. Some people, I floated it as an idea when I was reading another book, and people seemed interested. If I marry you, will you obey me? Will I? I don't know, Galahad. Will I? Are you a man that's, able to lead? How do I let me put it this way. I will not marry you if I can't obey you. Does that make sense? So I would not marry any man that I couldn't obey. So if I married you, yes, I would obey you. The answer is yes. But, we're going to have to let God cook, see, is the chemistry right for us to come together and you to be my head? Then yes. Where was I? He was calling people who like sports idiots. Okay. Public sport
Okay. Okay, public sport is for all the masses. It is the right of all people for their health and recreational benefit. It is mere stupidity to leave its benefits to certain individuals and teams who monopolize these, while the masses provide the facilities and pay the expenses for the establishment of public sports. The thousands who crowd stadiums to view, applaud, and laugh are foolish people who fail to carry out the activity themselves. They line up lethargically in the stands of the sports grounds and applaud those heroes who wrest from them the initiative, dominate the field, and control the sport, and in doing so, exploit the facilities that the masses provide. Originally, the public grandstands were designed to demarcate the masses from the playing fields and grounds, to prevent the masses from having access to the playing fields. When the masses march and play sport in the center of playing fields and open spaces, stadiums will be vacant and become redundant. This will take place when the masses become aware of the fact that sport is a public activity which must be practiced rather than watched. This is more reasonable as an alternative than the present custom of a helpless, apathetic majority that merely watches. I'm still reading, y'all. I'm almost done with the book. I'm on the last 2 pages, Zenny. I'm going through. I don't agree, Stacy. I think that that's the natural order of things. And women should not marry a man that she doesn't feel like she can be led by. Every woman I know who's married a man that she is the head of, you know what I mean? Every woman I've met who is in a marriage where the man is not the head, the man is not her leader, she does not obey him, that there are marriages that are awful. Awful. The woman is miserable, the man is miserable. If they have children, God forbid, the children suffer. It is not right. Well, obedience is part of being led. If you're not willing to subvert your will to his, then you really shouldn't marry him. Because you can, as a woman in the modern era, you can have a life of your own. You can be independent. You can have, you can build your own wealth. You can build your own life. But marriage is about more than that. So, I mean, I would not, if I'm going to get into a marriage as a woman, it has to be in that order. I'm 5'8", Galahad. I'm 5'8", and I love a short king. And well, we're not talking about that. I agree with that too, Galahad. I agree with that. That isn't true, Mana. What do you mean? I've never obeyed anyone. That isn't true. I was an obedient daughter. Now, where was I? When the masses march and play sport in the center of playing fields and open spaces, stadiums will become vacant and redundant. This will take place when the masses become aware of the fact that sport is a public activity which must be practiced rather than watched. This is more reasonable as an alternative than the present custom of a helpless, apathetic majority that merely watches. Grandstands will disappear because no one will be there to occupy them. Those who are unable to perform the roles of heroism in life, who are ignorant of the events of history, who fall short of envisioning a future or the future, and who are not serious enough in their own lives, are the trivial people who fill the seats
of the theaters and cinemas to watch the events of life in order to learn their course. They are like pupils who occupy school desks because they are uneducated and also initially illiterate. Those who direct the course of life for themselves have no need to watch life working through actors on the stage or in the cinema. Horsemen who hold the reins of their horses likewise have no seat in the grandstands at the race course. If every person has a horse, no one will be there to watch and applaud. The sitting spectators are only those who are too helpless to perform this kind of activity because they are not horsemen. Oh my goodness, Galahad. Goodness. I can't with y'all. Bedouin people show no interest in theaters and shows because they are very serious and industrious. As they have created a serious life, they ridicule acting. Bedouin societies also do not watch performers, but rather perform games and take part in joyful ceremonies because they naturally recognize the need for these activities and practices because they are not horsemen. Bedouin people show no interest in theaters and shows because they are very serious and industrious. As they have created a serious life, they ridicule acting. Bedouin societies also do not watch performers, but perform games and take part in joyful ceremonies because they naturally recognize the need for these activities and practice them spontaneously. Boxing and wrestling are evidence that mankind has not rid itself of all savage behavior. Inevitably, it will come to an end when humanity ascends the ladder of civilization. Human sacrifice and pistol duels were familiar practices in previous stages of human evolution. However, those savage practices came to an end years ago. People now laugh at themselves and regret such acts. This will be the fate of boxing and wrestling after tens or hundreds of years. The more the people become civilized and sophisticated, the more they are able to ward off both the performance and the encouragement of these practices. The end. The end. We did it. I know he wants to cancel your ESPN. Oh my God, what's going on in the chat? Women obey me, fish fear me. This is interesting. Marriage is about loving God. I concur. That's the center of it. She's obedient inside her own head. Why would I be with a why? Okay, I just wouldn't be. I don't need that kind of energy in my life. You know what I mean? Like, and I think all women should really look at it this way. Like, if you can't obey him, what are you doing marrying him? What are you doing opening your legs to him? What are you doing, like, bearing his children? If he's not worthy of that, then, you know, you shouldn't be doing all that. You know, a lot of women are out here settling, you know. And, you know, it's all, maybe it's a downside of our modern culture because women do have so many options. Like, we're just like underwhelmed. Maybe men feel emasculated by it. I don't know. But I mean, a lot of that is just, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. You know, I've built a decent, like, I've have a nice life for myself that I've, you know, made happen for myself. So, like, I wouldn't bring anyone else into it that wasn't going to make it greater. You know what I mean? That's how I see that. So to me, like, if that's not part of the equation, then it's not something I want. Anyways, Court's like dropping his stats. Wow, dang, Court, he's a big guy. Chris has a 5'8" mom. Nice. Shout out to her being 5'8". It's a nice height. You know, you're tall for a woman, but you're not too tall. Mana is telling Galahad that I want a white. Mana wants me to have a white too. Oh my God. The green book. Yeah, you're 34. Oh dear. Man, always with the younger men, always the younger men coming for me. It's so stressful. I just have no trust for people. That's from you, Josh. We'll have light brown babies. Oh dear. Oh dear. My little, should I do that, y'all? I don't know. Little light brown babies. Men in real life are not responsible enough for any of that. Maybe 1 in 20. Well, then I'll get one of the 1 in 20, or I'll continue to like do what is in front of me to do. Well, anyway. Okay, y'all. I finished. I mean, like, I don't know. Zenny's and Joelle's running about. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't, it's not the most important thing to me. Really, not the most important thing. Do I have any Cajun in me? No. I thought I was part French actually. So it's interesting. You know, my dad told me that we were part French, but I did my family tree and at least far back enough to figure it out. And we're not French, we're Belgian, like the. Don't say that about Joelle. Oh dear. I love playing Broken House. I love playing Broken House with Joel. I love pretending that we're divorced and that he owes me child support. It's so funny. Don't get Mark over here. Is Mark watching quietly, waiting for his time to strike? Is he hurt by my comments? He was very hurt by the fact that I called him vile. He mentioned that specifically, didn't he? She says I'm vile. Well, like, dude, you are. Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie. He called you a mixed fella? Oh, dear. Yeah, his work wife. Monday through Thursday. Hi, baby. Absolutely not, Galahad. Absolutely not. Well, you've just blown your chance. You have just blown your chance. We're a package deal. Love me, love my alpha Chad cat. Ooh. You know. I would never betray you. I would never betray my kitty. Betray your kitty. And that's not right. You would never betray the kitty. Never betrayed a kitty. Not your kitty. That's your kitty. No, you don't betray your kitty. No. Well, you just dropped the secret, Galahad. Hello, named. How am I tonight? I'm doing well. I just finished reading this book, The Green Book, by Muammar. How does his first name pronounce? Muammar. Muammar Gaddafi. Oh God. Toucans is an Alfred Chad. That's right, you are. You're my little Chad. You my little Chad. You my little Chad. And who's my little Chad? You my little Chad. You my little alpha kitty. Who alpha? You all the alpha. Alpha. So alpha. There's not one thing about him that's beta. No. Not one thing about him I would change. Not one thing. Nor would I forsake him. No, I would not. Would never forsake you. That wouldn't be right. Who would not love a kitty? Oh, I also just think it's weird to me when men are jealous of cats. Like, you have to get rid of the cat. I'm like, do you think you, like, really? No. We would never betray the kitty. Never betray him. Never. You're much better than a cat. I mean, that remains to be seen. That really remains to be seen. That's quite... Is that thunder you're hearing? I don't think there's any thunder. I don't know. It's been overcast all day. There might be some thunder happening. I have the window open, so there's probably all kinds of sounds happening. Cat can't protect and provide. No. Well, he does his best. He does his best. Can you protect and provide, Galahad? You haven't proven that you can do that. Have you been able to demonstrate that you can do that? And apart from that, it's not a cat's job to protect and provide, is it? It's a cat's job to patrol the place, to purr, to watch around, to kill any varmints that get in your house or that are on the property. Like, it's not their job to do all that. Oh, Josh. Yeah, I know. He's my friend. Galahad, the answer is no. I don't want to be with a man who's jealous of my cat, nor would I want to be in a marriage where I can't have a cat. I don't want to marry someone who's going to be like, no, we can't have a cat. Like, yikes. Yeah, Ej also said I was the most attractive person in the JLP chat. I took a screen cap of it. I'll pull it up. She said, Terry, I'm not going to lie. You're probably the most attractive person in this chat. I was like, dang. I miss Ej. I haven't heard from her in a while. Hope she's doing well. I want to lift my girl Ej Trills up in prayer. Bye, Josh. Oh, he's getting emotional. He's thinking about his cat. Aw. Terry's the only woman. Yeah, I screenshotted that. I posted it on my Instagram story. I was proud. I was like, dang. Ej
Each was so funny too. I remember her in Joelle's like chat. She was like, "I'm jealous of you, Terry. The way that Joelle looks at you." Why do you have a problem with cats? That's weird. Do you not understand the value that a cat adds as a to your home? Like, have you never had cats? If I was Terry's husband, she wouldn't need no cat. Court, you have a cat. Court, you literally have a cat. What do you mean? Yeah, they're awesome. They add so much life and like fun to the household. They're great companions. They're silly. They're fun. Like whatever. Cats aren't worth it. Shut up, Zenny. Watch Zenny. You're going to end up with a cat one day. A cat's going to cross your path and be like, be my daddy. And then you're going to become, I could see you becoming like the biggest cat dad. Your cat will be on your shoulder all the time, watching your little breakdancing videos with you. You're going to get a little hoodie for it. Start doing little, what are those like shorts of you and the cat? The litter box isn't that big of a deal. Like, and if your cat, if you have like, if you can let your cat outside, it can go outside. So, you know, if you have an indoor-outdoor cat and that patrols your property, they'll mostly be going outside, digging holes in the ground. Same, my cat gonna be black with a hoodie. Black guys are always babying their cats on social media. Yeah, like you know that. How can she take care of me if she's taking care of some cat? That's so crazy. Imagine being jealous of a cat. What happens if you have children? All of her energy is going to go into your child, or most of it. Are you going to be jealous of the child? I'm having my cats. We having a cats? We loved a kitty. We would never betray a kitty. Come on, God sent me a cat, y'all. It is pretty gay. Cecil. Men are jealous of their children all the time. I know. It's so crazy. I can't. I cannot. We're already fighting. My cats are only for killing mice and rats. I've seen your cat. Your cat also, he keeps the wolf at, from acting up too much. And I seen him. He was sitting on your chair talking to you. I seen that video. I bet you, once the video was off, I bet you gave him a little lovin', scratched him under his chin or something. Are they silly? Who would be jealous of the kitty? Who would be jealous of the kitty? Have I covered Kamala Harris's stepdaughter yet? No, I didn't intend to. I don't know anything about her stepdaughter. I mean, I haven't really covered her other than like to talk about her with Caleb a couple of times, but I mean, I don't really know anything about her personally. I haven't even read his book about her. It was storming out, Terry. Otherwise, he stayed outside. I saw the way you were talking with that cat. Don't act like you don't talk to him regularly. You were talking to that cat, and the cat was talking back to you. Look at a picture of her stepdaughter. Oh, you want to look up Kamala Harris's stepdaughter, baby? All right. Okay, come on. Hey, come on. Yes, the kitty. All right, let's look it up. Shall we? Oh, okay, I saw some photos of her being shared. I didn't realize that that was her. I thought it was just somebody at the DNC. Oh, I was going to share a funny meme about that with y'all. Maybe I should cue that up too. But yeah, this is her. What is this? She's got one of those pretentious tattoos. Oh, God. Oh, my God, it's a cow. She has a tattoo of a cow. Some pop-up about Pam Anderson. Okay. So share this. People. Let me take down the comment. Look at that. She has a tattoo of a cow. She appears to have a tattoo under her breast. This is interesting. She does have a very androgynous kind of like liberal queer kind of look, I would say. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, she's got a lot of interesting tattoos. Okay. Yeah, she looks like a typical hipster. Oh my God, I've seen this picture before. I didn't know this was her as well. She's an it girl. Yeah, she's like a New York it girl. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know what to say, y'all. I don't know what to say. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. I should not laugh. I mean, yeah, she seems like a hipster it girl. I've seen a lot of, gals like her over the years. Ella Emhoff. I mean, what to say? I don't know what to say. Jeez. She looks kind of Amish there, that like face she's pulling. Oh my. Oh my. She's vegan and LGBT. Yeah, she does look, she has, yeah, like very. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she could, like most women, she could look better than she purposely makes herself look ugly, it seems a lot. And she has that kind of like ugly hipsterness thing going on. Look at Tomas. This is the fruit of godlessness, the advent of degeneracy. That's my Tomas going off.
See the one above that one. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so here's like, I'll just cue this up again. Sorry. This image of her. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, she could look a bit better. I don't think she's like, not everyone is going to be as or have as whatever features as anyone else, does. But definitely with a little effort, she can look a lot more feminine and, pretty, as it were. Seems a bit, like a weird, but not, not any different than a lot of people I've seen. She's taller than her stepmother. Okay, here we go. I'm interested in her tattoos, like what kind of tattoos she has. She looks a bit trans in that photo. She had a textile art show at a cannabis shop. Oh, God. She supports a trans-led org. Okay, let's see. She has a tattoo of a cake. She has hairy armpits. Check this out, y'all. She's rocking her hairy armpits. Nice. Okay. This is a gay website. Okay, y'all, so be careful. I definitely don't want to sign up for their newsletter. Or sign up for their cookies. But yeah. The artist and knitter made her status as an ally playing on social media. So she's an ally to the trans cult. Jesus. Pony beads. Oh, God. What a mess. What a mess. Okay, back to Google here. Google Images. What else can we find? Jeez. Oh, here's another, like, more feminine shot of her. She's got, like, that hipster mullet thing. Oh, dear. She looks a bit trans, She, like, has that vegan... She's very emaciated. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. This is her and her boyfriend. Okay, I gotta visit this page. Let me make these photos bigger. No, I don't want your notifications. Hollywood life. Come on. I'm indulging my audience right now. Okay. Are y'all ready for this? She does look like a young boy. Yes, I concur. Yeah, I agree. It's very off-putting. I do like curls. I agree. Her curls are nice. Zenny will save her. She's had abortions, so oh my God. Has she? I don't like when women, yeah, I feel like the hairy pit thing, I don't really have a opinion one way about it or the other, but like when women put it like, I feel like it's private, even a bald armpit. I don't think women should be like pulling their armpits out like that. I don't know. It's
Yeah, she does look like she's had a many boosters. Abortions for fun. Oh, yeah, so fun. I'm not showing anyone my pits. My pits are from my husband. My future husband will see my pits. Everyone else can, or maybe somebody might get a glance of it while I'm in the pool, but that's it. Here's some of the best pics of her as a fashionista, according to Hollywood Life, y'all. Are you excited to go through this with me? Good God. Calling him the second gentleman. Okay, that's hideous. That is hideous. Okay. Date night. Her boyfriend is very gay looking. He's not, I mean, he's attractive. He has nice features, but oh, here she, oh. What do y'all think about this dress? That dress is saying things. That dress is saying things to me. Wow. Okay, some Spanx ads. Here she. I don't like the. Oh man, she's got them all over. She's got them all over the place. Just these random tattoos all over. No rhyme or reason to the whole thing. Okay, Mew Mew. I do. Oh, I like the paper bag pant look. Nice. Stella McCartney. Okay. Her boyfriend Sam Hine. Oh my God. Like they both have anorexia together. That's nice though. They look like traditional there. Oh my God. Look at the bottom of this dress, y'all. I mean, they've got, they're both not eating. When you find somebody whose eating disorder matches yours. There she is at Stella McCartney again. That jacket almost makes her look normal. Oh, not the bell bottoms. Always at the Spanx ad. Okay. See, this is nice. No, it's not. Never mind. Good God. Okay, there she is with her boyfriend again. Okay, yeah, this was the one that was upsetting me really badly. He's wearing a skirt. She's wearing like a suit dress thing. Maybe I can scroll out of it with this. Oops, no, I didn't want to do that. Sorry, y'all, I'm just shrinking it a bit. So we'll go back down. Yeah, it's not making the photos shorter, but yeah. Oh my God, like, good God. The inauguration. With her father and brother. Her brother looks somewhat normal. Okay. There's Kamala and Doug Emhoff. He's wearing a mask on his face, like a big cut, while her face is uncovered. That's interesting. Ugh. The Bidens and the Harris Emhoffs. The Harris Emhoffs. I mean, this is another thing about it that really upsets me. Like, why didn't she take her husband's name? Why does she and her husband have different names? Like, I think that's so insane to me. How that did I say I think that's so insane? It's so like, even at like my most feminist, I don't, it's so strange to me. Like, why would you marry a man if you weren't going to take his name? It just doesn't make sense to me. They haven't, like, she doesn't even have a hyphenated name, though. She doesn't even have a hyphenated name. It's just like they're hyphenating the name to denote both of them, but their names aren't really hyphenated. Like, when you marry a man, you're supposed to become family. Like, you're becoming family. Why wouldn't you have the same name? It doesn't make sense to me. And then, like, you're going to do a hyphenation of a name. It's rather emasculating, you know? It doesn't seem right to me. I agree. It ain't right. It's not right. Are you crying at me? You crying at me? Why you crying, crybaby? Why you crying? Why are you crying? You want me to stop, don't you? I've been here long enough. I don't need to be doing at that. They are not a right couple. They are not, definitely not right. Yeah, there's nothing right about them for sure. You. You. Oh, you want me to get off the computer? It's right for me to do that, isn't it? Yeah, he doesn't need food. He needs me to, stop being at the computer. He knows what's right. He knows I need to get off of here and go about my business. He knows it's bedtime too. Imagine being Terry's cat. Don't imagine it too much. You might get jealous of him. What you got there? What you got there? What are you doing? Come back here. Get your butt back here. What are you doing? Wow. Wow. I've taken Christianity for granted. I suppose so. Yeah, I suppose I have in my life. Anyway, yeah, I concur, Galahad. You go bug Harmony. You stay well away from me. I'd be clawing her all up for talking to me like that too. Well, he used to be that way, but it's a game we play, we have our little fun games we play. He doesn't mind. He enjoys it. It's part of the attention he gets from me. But yeah, Kamala Harris's stepdaughter is something. Thanks for telling me about that, Zenny. I didn't even put it together that girl I'd seen was her stepdaughter, but I'm pretty blown away by women's little cat games. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Court. Okay, y'all. Well, I thank you all for being here. We did a 4.5-hour stream almost. That's pretty impressive. We got through the rest of the Green Book. We did some drumming. We had some chats. Nero made a few appearances. It was a good day. It was a good stream. but it's over. Be sure to like the video on your way out. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Ring the bell. Blah, 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 blah. And see you next time. Bye. Okay, there we go. Is it happening? Will the stream end? It's ending.